Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A couple of clouds right now and 76 degrees. Ooh, we're going to 96 later on today, so we'll check it out with Stefano coming up here right after the news. Presidents Trump and Vladimir Putin are set to meet in just a few hours. That pair expected to discuss terms for ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as nuclear arms control and trade agreements. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reports from Washington.
Heading into the meeting, Trump expressing confidence that he can convince Putin to end the war. Still, Trump admitted yesterday he thinks there's a 25% chance they'll leave the summit with no deal. And a Kremlin advisor told the British Daily Telegraph this is not a final summit where lasting peace can be achieved.
Here in Tennessee, quadruple murder suspect Austin Drummond asked a judge today to be allowed to talk to his girlfriend. The judge denied that request. Channel 4's Lauren Lowry says Drummond's girlfriend is a relative of the four people that he's accused of murdering.
Since this case has come about, we've learned Drummond's girlfriend was a correctional officer in a prison he served time in. The TBI was asked if she was involved in any way in this case. Agents say they're looking into anyone that could have been a help to him. Also in court were two of the three people charged for allegedly helping Drummond while he was on the run. One of the suspects got their bond lowered. The other asked for a bond reduction. The judge said he would look at that as his next court date at the next one.
Yeah, so Drummond will be back in the Lake County Court in a couple of weeks for a preliminary hearing. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major Wall Street indexes were mixed at the end of trading following disappointing inflation news. The Labor Department's Producer Price Index, a measure prices paid by producers rather than consumers, was up 0.9% last month from June and 3.3% from a year earlier, bumping wholesale prices up to a three-year high. The Dow was down 11 points at closing. The S&P 500 gained 2 points, and the Nasdaq fell 2 points. Most stocks sank, but losses were offset by tech sector gains. The White House pushed back on blaming higher producer prices on the president's wide-ranging tariffs. An administration spokesman says the increase was lower on goods most sensitive to tariffs. Mars Wrigley announced popular candy brands, including M&M's, Starburst, and Skittles, will soon be made with natural dyes. The Food and Drug Administration has been pushing food companies to phase out artificial dyes. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
So stock futures this morning are a bit mixed. We've got the Dow futures plus 272. The Nasdaq futures are down 42, and the S&P 500 index futures, they're plus 3. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Oh, it's a nice morning, so no big delays so far. We aren't looking at any delays on 24 right now. 40, that checks out just fine, and looks good coming in on 24 and 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on into a Friday. It is August 15th of 2025, and Donald Trump getting ready to head to Alaska for that summit with Vladimir Putin. Obviously, we are going to keep you apprised of all the very latest here on Super Talk 99.7, 5A to 7P. We are live and local. There's a lot to talk about today. Really looking forward to the radio show. Love this headline. Hugo Gurdon condemning Adam Schiff for being an architect of the Russian hoax. Now, there's a lot to get into here. I'm only going to scratch the surface on some of this stuff because I could go really deep on this, but I don't think I want to for a Friday. But I've got some great audio from Kash Patel. But who is Hugo Gurdon? He is the Washington Examiner editor-in-chief. Now, he is suggesting that the new allegations against Adam Schiff, the authorized leaks about the 2017 investigation into Donald Trump, absolutely fits with Adam Schiff's reputation. Adam Schiff, he says, I think one of the slipperiest, most unpleasant politicians on Capitol Hill. Gurdon said, I believe that the story, the information that he was approving the leaks, absolutely fits with the way that Adam Schiff is very publicly behaving back in 2017. The crazy thing about this is that Adam Schiff was rewarded. I want you to think about this. Only in America could a guy like Adam Schiff do what he did, which is leak classified information to politically assassinate a duly elected president of the United States, Donald Trump, and get rewarded for it because the loons in California voted him, gave him a promotion into the Senate. So there's so many different ways to look at all of this. But Kash Patel, he was on with Sean Hannity last night, and I love what he had to say about all of this because remember, you've got all of these layers, all of these connected stories where you've got Obama and John Brennan and Clapper and James Comey, all of these people, and they were part of, obviously, the Russian collusion hoax. They were the ones that, Hillary paying for the dossier and Obama and Brennan and all these folks, ensuring that it got out to the media, giving it the credibility that it did not deserve because it was not a credible dossier. And then, of course, during the investigation, Schiff then picks up the ball and runs with it and starts leaking this classified information. Ultimately, that led to the handcuffing of Donald Trump in that first administration. And you know who's pissed off? Kash Patel.
Here's the beauty of it, Sean. You don't have to trust me or trust you. That's all. Everything you recited, the summary you just gave, is years of excavating documents that these deep state actors held and buried and documented their own corruption because they were arrogant enough to think no one would ever find it, that Donald Trump would never become president and appoint a cabinet that would go in and investigate this matter thoroughly.
I mean, he's right. Kash Patel is absolutely right. There's a reason why there are so many people in Washington, D.C. that have been freaking out over this. Because a number of things happened. You had the corruption of the Democrats as they tried to take out Trump as he was running for president with the dirty dossier and all of that. And then after the president was elected and leading into the Mueller investigation. And that's where, again, you had Adam Schiff picking up the ball and running with it, leaking this classified information. And obviously the media had their part as well.
And when you start connecting the dots, here's what I learned when I ran the Russiagate investigation. As bad as the crime is, the corruption cover-up from senior government officials who are sworn to uphold their duties and accountability for the American public, they are the ones that violated that trust the most internally and need to be held accountable.
So here's the deal. Here's the deal, is that I hope and pray that Adam Schiff will be charged. Chris Hand and I, by the way, were talking on our podcast that we recorded yesterday about Adam Schiff. And I've been speaking to a lot of people about this. I don't know how, Joan, can you Google how old is Adam Schiff? He's got to be in his like 50s, around there. But he could spend about 15, 20 years in prison.
He's 65.
So, is he 65?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks pretty young.
He does look pretty young. See, that's what lying does for you, Joan.
That California money.
Is that the California money? That's exactly.
See what happened when you moved east? It all went downhill.
Yeah.
I love, though, what this Hugo Gurdon says. He says...
The dam went downhill? I'm just clarifying.
What?
Are you saying the dam went downhill when he moved east?
I didn't say that.
Is that
Why are
what
you
you're
saying
saying?
that, Joan?
No, I
What?
think you did. Okay, go ahead.
Whatever. Anyway, I like it. Do you agree with this statement, Joan? Adam Schiff and Sam is one of the
slimiest.
He says slipperiest. One of the slipperiest, most unpleasant politicians on Capitol Hill. I think Joan is just easier to say slimy.
He's slimy.
He's slimy. That's the thing. But will he actually go to jail at the age of 65?
Slimy is accurate.
Well, listen, Bob Menendez went to jail, and he's older than
He is.
slimy.
He is. Who was the Republican? Santos. Did
Yeah.
George Santos? He actually went to
I
jail
think he's
too,
getting
right?
7 years.
Did he get 7 years?
Double check.
Wowzer.
Bob Menendez was 71 when he went to jail.
Yeah.
So when he went to prison, let's be specific.
According to recently released documents, a Democratic staffer on the House Intelligence Committee reported Schiff to the FBI in 2017. This whistleblower alleged that Schiff was engaged in treasonous and illegal behavior by authorizing leaks to hurt the public perception of Donald Trump's 2016 win. Schiff's leaks were an attempt to suggest Russia was meddling in the election. However, the intelligence community's assessment at the time found that Russia was not specifically backing the then Republican nominee. And so for me, the more that we find out about who knew what when and who did what when, I think is huge. And even if, and I've said this before, but even if nothing comes out of any of these investigations, at least the American people will find out what happened and what the Democrats did to try to take away their vote. I mean, you want to talk about, I know that the Democrats, they're always screaming about, voter suppression and all of that. I don't know what you call what they did to Donald Trump. I don't know if it's not voter suppression. It's not that, but it's something. I don't know what it is, but it is corrupt and treasonous.
It's in direct defiance of the first line of the Constitution. We the people.
Yeah.
We the people won't be heard if that happens.
That's exactly right. One more audio bite from Kash Patel.
Documents are being released weekly by Johnny Ratcliffe and Tulsi, making it public. The burn bag information is coming out. The Durham Annex is coming out. The classified appendix is coming out. The American people are going to see and hear the names themselves, and they can touch and feel it. As far as what my investigators are going to do, these guys are the best in the business, and we've assembled a team of accountability, and we're going to deliver for the American people like never before.
There you go. There you go, Kash Patel. So we'll see ultimately what happens. And, for me, I am paying very close attention to this. Again, there's a lot of detail, and I don't know how much, a lot of names, a lot of dates, and everything else. So I'll keep you updated. I just, for me, and I know that Murphy Show, who was talking about this yesterday, I think he and I both, and Chris too, I don't know about Chad, but I know that folks like you are really angry about this because, as Sam just said, we the people voted for Donald Trump in 2016. And so when you look at what they tried to do to your voice and your vote, it is absolutely horrifying. And we need the punishment to be one that future Democrats think twice before they try to shut down the voice and the vote of the American people.
Right to jail.
It is. What did you do that? What the hell was that?
They were asking for it. Right to jail.
Oh, right to jail. Got it.
Right to jail. Right away.
Okay. I have no idea what that is, but thank you, Sam, for your input on that. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Really, no big delays so far this morning. So 24 looks clear. Maybe Chris should start heading in now. We have no problems this morning on 40, 24, and 65. Looking really good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is 5:16. It is going to be incredibly hot, especially this weekend. Sun and clouds today, some stray thunderstorms as well. High of 93 today with a feels like temperature of 107. Heat wave sweeping in this weekend, hitting a high of 98 on Sunday. What would a feels like temperature of 98 be?
110.
Dang.
But I think this is supposed to be over. I'm looking at the weather app right now. If we can hang on for like a few more days, this is, go to the daily.
Is it the final heat wave of the summer?
I don't know, because so next week, late next week, it gets better. And then Monday the 25th, we start getting into the 80s again. So it'll start to come down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It feels like it's going to take forever, though. That's the thing.
It really does.
So then do you guys go out this weekend, or what are you going to do? Like, do you go out
Playing
or do you
golf
stay
on Saturday.
in? You're playing, yeah, but you're playing early.
I got my little brother's birthday this evening, so I'm getting my weekend out of the way because, according to my app, we're going to be in the upper 90s from Saturday all the way to Tuesday, where Tuesday we might see it reach 99.
Yeah.
Woo! See, I just don't go outside.
After that,
That's my
things
thing.
get better, folks.
People ridiculed me incessantly for saying that there are times when it's too hot to swim.
So when was the last time you were in your pool?
I think I went swimming. I did. I went swimming last weekend.
Someone said yesterday in the YouTube chat that we need a Dan reel from the hot tub.
A Dan reel from the hot tub.
Yes.
Do we need that?
I don't think we need that.
That's what they were asking for.
We would need a wide-angle lens, my friend.
Stop it.
Or a fisheye.
Or a fisheye. I'm not sure what that is. All right, real quickly, I'm going to do the Gavin Newsom thing now. So did you – I want to play some Gavin Newsom audio. And for you folks that are listening on the radio, I'm playing video as well. This is Joan. Just so you know, Joan, this is an experimental half hour because I'm playing video and I'm trying to do this in a new, different kind of way.
Oh, I like it.
Different from what Chris Hand is doing.
Yeah.
What Chris is doing is great. I'm doing it a slightly different way, and I'm using this segment as an experimentation on a couple of things. So this is Gavin Newsom, and he was all angry. Do you know why? Gavin? He's such a crybaby. Have you noticed that Gavin Newsom is like a crybaby?
Yes, he's always...
He's like a whiner.
There's always, something that he's offended by or...
Well, Democrats are the perpetually offended,
they
right?
are.
We know that. Anyway, so he's angry because Donald Trump, I think what happened is Trump started a press conference when he himself was beginning a press conference, and he's all upset about it. Listen.
Well, I think it's pretty sick and pathetic. And it just said everything you need to know, the setting that we're under. That they chose the time, manner, and place to send their district director outside right when we're about to have this press conference. It said everything you know about Donald Trump's America. And that was top down. You know that for a fact. And they'll deny it, I'm sure. Maybe they won't deny it. It said everything you know about the authoritarian tendencies of the President of the United States. I said in a moment ago, wake up, America. Wake up.
Wake up. So, do you know what the most annoying thing about Gavin Newsom is, Joan and Sam?
His hair, his smile, his voice.
He smiles when he talks.
Yeah.
People who smile when they talk annoy the living crap out of me, especially when they're mad.
I just noticed this in that clip. He's trying to do the Trump motions with his hand. I get a lot of people talk with
Is
their
he doing
hands.
the accordion thing?
He's doing the accordion thing, and then the one-handed kind of soft gestures with his left. And I'm like, buddy. And then there was that post the other day he made that he tried to have Trump rhetoric in.
He actually, in a post, Gavin Newsom actually said, thanks for your attention to this matter. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Imitation
no,
is the best form of flattery.
All right, but then here's the best part. Listen.
You will not have a country if he rigs this election. You will have a president who will be running for a third term. Mark my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around. The rules do not apply to them.
How do you trigger Gavin Newsom with a Trump 2028 hat?
Well,
that is funny.
I love that they sent it to him.
Oh,
That's the total
love that.
trolling. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That is trolling, Joan, at an absolutely epic and professional level. I would love to know who did that.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to send them a beer.
The most corrupt president in history. He doesn't believe in free enterprise, crony capitalism. He is wrecking this country, wrecking the economy. It's a lawless president. Wake up, America. Wake up to what's going on.
You know, it is interesting because he says that Donald Trump is a lawless president. I mean, you heard him say Donald Trump is a lawless president. And I guess what I don't get is when he says that Donald Trump is a lawless president, literally what Donald Trump is trying to do is he is trying to keep law and order. That's what the president is actually trying to do. So then, of course, what I love is he's talking about the hat that was sent to him. And so people online then decide that they're going to take that clip and put on a hat on Gavin Newsom.
You will have a president who will be running for a third term. Mark.
They've superimposed, what is that, photoshopped? They photoshopped a hat on Gavin Newsom.
My word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail
He got a hat on.
2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around.
So funny. Do you know how much I love AI and social media and all that stuff? It is so fun. It is so fun.
He's offended by someone sending him a Trump 2028 hat and taking it seriously. But when he locked down the state of California and held private dinners at his mansion, that wasn't a problem.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. And he calls Donald Trump lawless. Well, then what the heck do you call? Don't curse. What the heck do you call? I got talked to. What do you call all the lawlessness in Washington, D.C.? If Donald Trump is lawless, trying to stop all the lawlessness, well, then what do you call Gavin? What is happening in Washington, D.C.? All of that crime.
You just served Gavin some Dan cakes this morning.
Anyway, 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones and then WT. Oh, by the way, coming up, Joan and Sam, we're going to play Name That Sound.
Ooh, I like
with
it.
Sam and Joan and the folks on the Super Text line. So stay close for that. I'm really looking forward to seeing if anybody, I'm challenging all of you, name the sound that I'm going to play. And it's coming up on WTN. Joan, what's coming up at 5:30?
Well, we'll tell you the one sign to look for after President Trump meets with Vladimir Putin today. And vandals severely damage a local historic graveyard. We've got those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I think one of the slip. .529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up. I got to tell you, technology is absolutely incredible. Have you heard what's coming up, Joan and Sam? Supposedly, at some point here in 2025, regarding transportation and what Sean Duffy is talking about. Wait till you hear what the Trump administration is up to as far as transportation goes. That and also Name That Sound with Sam, Joan, and you. It's all coming up next on WTN.
Good morning, now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump is heading today to a military base in Anchorage, Alaska, for his summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy with a preview.
The president is expected to hold a news conference at the conclusion of the summit. He says if the meeting goes well, it'll be a joint news conference with Vladimir Putin by his side. But if it goes poorly, and he says there's a 25% chance that it will, he'll hold his own news conference and then head back here to Washington. Trump has aired the hope that a second meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky could be hastily arranged, maybe even right there in Alaska. But that's only if things work out between him and Putin later today.
In local news, police in Murfreesboro investigating $50,000 worth of vandalism at a historic cemetery. 9 gravestones at the Lytle Cemetery were knocked over and broken into pieces in June. It's the resting place of Revolutionary War heroes and the founder of Murfreesboro. Robert Bolliard is the chapter president of the Stones River Sons of the American Revolution. He spoke to Channel 4 about Captain William Lytle, whom that cemetery is named after.
Especially with a patriot, and especially when we're getting ready to honor America 250th, that something like this will happen. But we're determined we're going to make it right, get it right, and be ready to celebrate his life, his accomplishments, and everything that all of our patriots did.
That cemetery is hidden behind Haynes Brothers Lumber Company's building on Northwest Broad Street, right there in Murfreesboro. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
That I just did. So part of that is a little bit more prep on my part, but that's all the video I have for today. It came to me because I've been trying to figure out how to do video and try to do it differently than Chris. And so what I'm doing now, YouTube chatters, is I am actually dubbing the video, and then I'm editing it and putting transitions in the front and the back, and playing, not a YouTube link, but actually video that I am editing, and we're going through the whole process of figuring all that stuff out. So that's all I got for today, because it came to me at about 3:45 this morning. It's like, wait a minute, what if I did this? And so hopefully by Monday, I will have an entire show where I have video for each and every segment. So there you go. Does Wilson County have deep fried butter? Asking for a friend. Yes, I know for a fact that it does actually have deep fried butter. Let's see. John says, wish I was sitting in a corner restaurant in Nashville this morning with a big plate of biscuits and gravy and a good cup of coffee.
John just absolutely made me hungry.
Me too. All right, we got to go.
Well, we have a crash reported now. It's in West Nashville, eastbound 40 at 46th Avenue. That exit 205 there. Watch it in that area. It looks like it may be getting slow in that area. Traveling in from the north, so 24 in the eastbound lanes. That looks a little bit slow this morning. Let's see. That's around the Pinnacle area that you're going to find those delays. 65 also beginning to slow down now in the Goodlettsville area. 24, however, no delays so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan here along with Joan and Sam. And Sam just told me that when the wife is away, he is going to play. Apparently, he was telling me off the air that he is going to have a drunk fest when his wife is going out and having fun. He is going to have a what?
A case race, but I'm only racing me.
A case race, but you're only racing yourself.
Yes, I'm trying to beat a personal best.
Okay, good. So then when your wife gets home, you'll be a drunken mess.
Exactly.
Joan, is that what you want when you get home from a night out with the girls, a drunken husband?
No, I actually don't.
Well,
take it from Sam, Joan.
Mm-hmm.
Certain people's tolerances,
Joan, Sam.
Joan, a whole case for me. I don't know how it affects other people.
Really? You drink that much that a whole case doesn't impact you, Sam?
No. It's just been
Are you
a
a
minute.
drunkard?
No.
He's wearing a shirt that's talking about beer. Like, of course he's a drunkard.
Show people on the YouTube chat your shirt.
It's my Friday shirt.
Listen, just so
What
we're
does it say? Just read it for us.
This guy needs a beer, and it's got 2 thumbs pointing to me.
Yeah.
whatever. All right. Beer is highly overrated.
It's healthy.
It is healthy. Beer's not healthy.
Probiotics, it's great for your teeth.
You keep telling yourself that.
Argue with Stanford, Dan.
Whatever. All right. Hey, we're going to play Name That Sound. So, Sam, your job is to watch the YouTube chat. My job, and Joan, are you on the super text line?
Yes.
Super text line is 615-737-9986. And I want to know who can name this sound. All right, now.
Oh, come on.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Do you know what that is, Joan?
Yeah.
Sam, do you know what that is? Sam might be a little young. Sam, do you know what that is?
I feel like I'm not supposed to know what that is.
Just say yes or no. Don't say what it is. Just say yes or no.
I do know, yes.
I am so heartbroken.
Wow.
I, for the life of me, didn't think that anybody would know what that is. One more time, and you tell me if people on the chat, and we got to wait for the radio people. All right, so Sean Duffy is talking about the future, because remember.
See, this is a good tie-in. Okay.
Yeah, so Sean Duffy is talking about the future of air travel. Now, remember that for, 4 years, the previous administration, the Biden administration, and Pete Buttigieg, transportation secretary, all they cared about was DEI. Remember? Listen to what Sean Duffy is talking about.
That's going to be part of the brand new system that is going to be deployed. And what's interesting is more people want to travel by plane. We're going to have drones in our airspace delivering you a hot cup of coffee or delivering your Amazon order.
Makes it complicated for you, though.
That's more complicated. And then we're going to have what are called eVTOLs, these Ubers in the air that they look like drones, but people are in them. We're going to start moving people around in shorter distances with those. So the airspace is getting more complicated.
Yeah.
The system we're going to build is going to allow us to control that airspace. And also, as new technology becomes available, we're going to be able to build off the system that we are going to create right now.
Wow. So drones are going to be delivering us hot coffee, which I could use a drone with hot coffee right now.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Drones delivering more Amazon packages, which that is already happening. Have you ever gone on YouTube and seen people with packages arriving via drone?
Yeah.
I've seen the fails.
It is the, there have been fails too?
Yeah.
There must have been.
Like a
best
DoorDash order.
Okay. DoorDash order's gone bad.
Yeah. And so the guy's up in like a 3rd-story apartment building or something, and he's like filming the drone fly up there, and the drone it's got a string with the bag, and the bag catches something and rips off the drone and pulls it to the ground.
No.
Yeah, it's funny.
See if you can find that.
I got you.
All right. Ubers in the air,
So
carrying people short distances.
do you wonder like what airspace they carve out for that and how they keep track of like everything so that the drone and the Uber car don't collide?
I think it's going to be, here's what I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be like the drones and the Ubers and all that is going to be, maybe, and I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 feet up. Airplanes are going to be, 10,000 feet up, however that works. So it's going to be different levels.
So that's okay as long as
Of
it's
height.
not near an airport, right?
Yeah.
Because the plane has to come down at some point.
Oh, that's a great point.
That
And
is a great
also
point.
the monitored airspace. Like so the government has the ability, if you fly a drone into restricted airspace, they have the ability to hack it and send it back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's good.
So
That's good.
I have no idea how far away the Ubers in the air thing is, but it does sound fascinating. Drones carrying people,
Yeah.
basically flying
I've seen them.
robotic cars.
Also, airplane technology's taken a turn. We've had, obviously, for the longest time, seaplanes, but now there's a company coming out with a plane you can fly short distances and land in the ocean at the beach, or like a sandbar, pull up, and it's like half boat, half plane.
Serious. I saw that.
I want one so bad.
You're going to have to get a better job.
True.
Like a lot better.
Luckily, the Springfield Airport has, available flight time hours.
So do you know what Uber has done now? They have partnered with Hyundai. Is it Hyundai? Hyundai? The car. Is it Hyundai?
Hyundai.
Hyundai.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll go with that.
I just said it, and it feels weird to me, but kind of like authoritarian. They've partnered with Hyundai to introduce electric vehicle takeoff and landing. So that is Uber. They're partnering with an actual auto manufacturer. They're saying what they want to do is reduce urban congestion and offer faster transportation options. I would love, you want to see heads explode? So let's have the state of Tennessee partner with Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
And so we'll have like the tunnel and we'll have, some airspace reserved to fly Musk-mobiles from like the airport to the Capitol and back and forth. That would be amazing.
Sounds like it might be a stinky ride.
And if there's an American flag painted on the bottom of those airborne vehicles.
You know what?
Heads will pop off the shoulders.
Oh, yeah. You'd have Afton Bain like throwing rocks at it, see if she could knock it off the...
Yeah.
It would be huge to commute from Knoxville and Chattanooga into Nashville that way. I read a story about a couple of law school students that lived in Chat and drove all the way up here to go to Nashville School of Law.
Mm-hmm.
They accumulated something like 80,000 miles in the 4 years that they...
Can you imagine how cool it would be to, like, if you live in Nashville, right? And to go to a UT game, jump in one of these things?
Oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
So,
especially because you're going to get hammered.
Is the impression that you don't need a pilot's license to do this? You would just need to be normal
automated.
Joe? Yeah.
I think it's automated.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, would you actually do it? Would you, Joan Jones or Sam Rutherford, would you get into a pilotless vehicle with the coordinates in there?
Nope.
You wouldn't do it, Sam.
I want my private license anyway, so no, I'm good.
Yeah, but you don't count. Then I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the average American, would they get into one of these things? And Joan, real quick, what would you do?
I would treat it just like I treat a new car model.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a few years until the bugs are worked out and the crashes have happened and they figure things out. And then I'm ready to get into that vehicle.
Don't want an iRobot thing happening.
Yeah.
See, here's a funny thing, because people are like, I would never get into a, driverless car.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're getting into a car with a complete stranger. Somehow that is safer. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I can beat the stranger up.
Uber has also... So what have we learned about Sam in this segment, Joan? That he drinks
that he's
a lot.
Violent and he drinks a lot.
Yes, he's violent and he drinks a lot. Good Lord, man.
I'm ready for the weekend.
So during the weekend, Sam beats people up. You know what? They could use you in Cincinnati. Uber has also collaborated with Joby Aviation, which is developing eVTOL aircraft, EVTOL aircraft. In 2020, Joby acquired Uber Elevate, and Uber invested $75 million into Joby to support its commercial air taxi services, planned for launch in cities like New York and Los Angeles by late 2025.
Okay, so let's go back to that sound.
These air taxis aim to be a faster alternative to ground support. Go ahead.
When you played that,
yes,
the number of people texting in to the text line was so incredible that it was like one after the other after the other. I mean, the texts were just being received so fast.
Yet Mandis is up here saying nobody's going to, I kid you not, Joan, I'm driving into work today and it's like, I can't wait to do this.
I can't believe that you
Nobody's going to get this.
Think that people would get that. That's like part of our childhood.
Uber Copter, that's another thing that is coming. In select markets like Italy, Uber has introduced Uber Copter, a helicopter service offering scenic or point-to-point aerial transport. For example, a post on X mentioned Uber Copter in Italy, highlighting its use for unique travel experiences.
So they could, if the technology was working right, a tour of the Smoky Mountains in one of those things.
That would be
wow,
amazing.
Yeah.
Because they have the helicopter tours out there all the time, but those helicopters are from the 70s and they terrify
me. Can you
me.
say the word TOUR again?
Who?
Tour?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, can you please?
No. You're trying to trap me. It's a trap.
It's not.
Tour.
It's tour.
Tour?
Yeah, it's
tour.
Tour.
Tour. No?
No,
Why?
tour is what is the past tense of tear.
No.
Are you saying that I'm saying tour wrong?
You both pronounce the U in tour, so I'm just wondering because the pronunciation thing.
You and Chris can pronounce it the weird way you want to pronounce it.
Yeah, you and Chris, you go do your like weird Eastern Canadian thing. Knock yourselves out.
I didn't know that was a thing here in the South. I'm sorry.
Oh, now Joan is calling out the South.
No, I'm not calling it out. I'm just
As if we haven't had some of the best music where bands go on tour.
you guys speak weird.
Burn. All right. So everybody got it.
Everybody got it.
Meet George Jetson.
I suck.
No.
I'm just not a good radio host. I thought nobody would get this.
What? It's one of the most prophetic cartoons in the history of planet Earth.
Did you have a crush on Jane like I did?
No, because
Granted, she's a cartoon. She's a cartoon. But when I was a kid...
No, because in my generation of cartoons, they started giving the women figures. Like Mrs. Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
You ever hear the band His Boy Elroy? There's a punk
band?
There's
Really?
actually a punk... I think it's a punk band.
I love it.
His Boy Elroy. Yeah. Oh, I love the Jetsons. And you know what? Coming up, they say, according to Grok, because I grokked it, in late 2025, they're going to be experimenting
It's pretty exciting, actually.
with some of these things.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my Marty McFly hoverboard.
Yeah, that never did happen, did it?
No, we got the ones with the wheels that the lithium batteries would catch on fire.
Yeah, Riker had like a hoverboard kind. I don't know what you actually call it, but it looks like a hoverboard. But it's got the wheels, and we had when we moved into our house, Joan.
Yeah.
We actually had pretty new carpet. Unbeknownst to us,
he was not riding it.
Riker was going round and around and like a top. Riker was going round and round and round and round in his room.
Like the Rat song?
Yeah. And anyway, so do you know how many people actually understood that reference, like the Rat song?
Nobody.
Literally nobody.
Nobody.
You?
I'm a former hair band guy. Can't you tell? So anyway, he was going round and round and round on his hoverboard. And so we go into his room. Because we're like, what is that sound? We go into his room. He's going round and round on this thing. And so the carpet is being worn down by that hoverboard. Because he's going like really, really slow and then really fast and everything. And then he would like ride it around the house.
So
on
now
the
is
carpet.
there a groove in the carpet?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
man.
when he was doing it down, we said, all right, you know what, screw it, have fun. Because we're just like, we're not helicopter parents, clearly. So he starts doing the top thing on the carpet downstairs, and we finally realized that we were going to just have to get like hardwood floors because he was wearing down the carpet with this thing. Now, we wanted to get hardwood floors anyway because, Bandit kept crapping all over the place every time it rained.
No, but did you get hardwood or did you get luxury vinyl planking?
Oh, we got planking.
Okay.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, a hardwood floor, that would also drive a nice big groove in the hardwood floor.
No, we got the planking because we are a very wash and wear kind of family.
Yeah.
Riker, he goes insane. That dog is insane, and so what have we learned about ourselves from this segment?
That you fell in love with an animated character.
I had the hots for Jane on the Jetsons.
I had the hots for Speed Racer.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See? So
Speed Racer was a thing.
So so Sam, you tell me that I'm the weird one. She had a thing for Speed Racer.
But Speed Racer had like features in the animation because it was, what was that, 70s, Joan? Is that when Speed Racer was
So
a
Joan,
thing?
late at night on Saturday night when everybody's in bed, you look at anime?
No. No, I don't.
Okay.
Joan, you want to drive fast? Let's
Speed
drive fast.
Racer had like a car, and he was hot, and he wore sunglasses. You know, he was.
And he
was
talked
cool.
like this.
Yeah.
All right, so Joan had the hots for Speed Racer. I had the hots for Jane from the Jetsons.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder Woman and Mrs. Incredible.
Okay.
The Wonder Woman, the animation, or
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, we're talking cartoons.
okay.
All right,
We're
so
talking
there we
real
go.
life, my wife, because she is Wonder Woman.
I didn't know if you were talking about Linda Carter, Wonder Woman.
Did you just hear what he did?
Yeah.
What?
My wife is Wonder Woman, is what he said.
Suck up.
Absolute suck up. You know what? That kind of sucking up is not going to work when she comes home and you're drunk.
Yeah, Mister.
It's not going to work. Alrighty then. So, I suck at realizing what people are going to know and not know as far as sounds go. That's fine.
No,
All
it's good.
Sadly, I don't have anything to give away. But I just looked at the super text line.
I have a lot of tomatoes here today.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
We were gonna do Win Jones tomatoes. So for the first person that knew what that
Text it in.
was,
Okay.
you text in and you can win Jones tomatoes.
I will have to go all the way down the list.
You think anybody wants Jones tomatoes, Sam?
No comment.
Smart man.
All right.
Smart man.
Moving right along. Yeah. So if Sam, it's your job as producer, you got to go down on either the super text line or the YouTube chat. Find the first person.
Scroll. Tell me to scroll. Don't tell me to go down on anything.
And
Oh my gosh.
figure out who was the first one that can win Jones tomatoes. This got really weird really quick. Joan,
Very
please
quick.
help us. What is coming up at 6?
We'll tell you the Tennessee group who is suing over the ICE raids in Nashville. Also, an eyesore along the Cumberland River is about to get transformed. Stick around for that and more. It's coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Following in the president's
5:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, coming up, the latest from Washington, D.C. Overnight, there were a lot of arrests. And, you know, I'm noticing a trend. The trend is that you've got all of these people who live in Washington, D.C., and they're like, right on. Thank the Lord. We can actually walk the streets. And then you have the politicians with their personal security on the left who are freaking out. So coming up, all the latest from Washington, D.C. By the way, coming up at 6:35, we have, is it Carafano we have? Is it, or Stephen Bucci? It's Stephen Bucci. All the latest as we have the run-up to the Vladimir Putin-Donald Trump summit meeting in Alaska. So Stephen Bucci will be joining us, foreign policy expert, at 6:35 right here on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A lawsuit has been filed over the ICE operation in Nashville in May when roughly 200 people were arrested. The Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, or Turks as they call themselves, they claim that Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security violated their rights. Here's News 2's Haley Welgus.
Turk says that they have asked the State Highway Patrol for documents and body camera video from the operation. The lawsuit claims THP has either denied the documents exist, redacted unnecessary information, or simply denied the request.
Now, the state has not responded so far to that lawsuit. A locally based investment firm has purchased the scrapyard next to Titan Stadium for $245 million. They want to turn it into what they call a vibrant and attractive downtown neighborhood. Metro Council member Jacob Cupin talked to Channel 4.
This site will, to my understanding, need to be rezoned. And the way I handle rezonings across my district is bringing the community in, understanding what folks in the area feel is important, what they're looking for. And I find that that approach makes projects even better.
Right now, there's no timeline for when that project would be completed. The mother and father of a 6-year-old boy who died last week in South Nashville were back in court yesterday. Karen Arguedo Salgado and Freddie Martinez are facing a host of charges. Here's Channel 4's Tracy Cornett.
Police say they were outside when their 6-year-old son accidentally shot himself. Police found a stolen gun and meth inside their car. Martinez had multiple warrants for burglary, domestic violence. Aguda had charges for possession of a controlled substance.
Now, that couple will remain behind bars. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Wholesale prices jumped in July far more than economists had anticipated. The Labor Department reporting its producer price index rose 0.9% last month, biggest jump in more than 3 years. The news sparking concerns that rising prices could be headed for consumers, and it could lead to a so-called higher for longer interest rate policy at the Fed. But homes are getting a bit more affordable. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell this week to its lowest level in nearly 10 months, 6.58% from 6.63% last week, says mortgage buyer Freddie Mac. The labor market slowed sharply this summer. 35,000 new jobs over 3 months ending in July. That was a major slowdown from the roughly 128,000 jobs added monthly over the prior 3 months. But two industries bucking the trend. Healthcare adding 55,000 jobs in July. That amounted to 3 of every 4 jobs added across the U.S. economy last month. And social assistance added 18,000 jobs in July. Dave Packer, ABC News.
We've got Dow Futures plus 304 right now. The NASDAQ Futures, however, minus 25. S&P Futures are up 7 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so it's looking good so far this morning. Some delays starting now on 24 westbound as you're heading in. There's also delays on 24 east and on 65 as you're coming in from the north. Want to let you know, too, that on I-40 in the Lebanon area, because of the Wilson County State Fair, the traffic, the speed limit has been reduced from 70 to 60. Keep an eye out on it because they've changed the signs there so you'll know where it begins and ends. Again, on I-40 in the Lebanon area, you've got traffic down to 60 miles an hour. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday. It is August 15th on Super Talk 99.7. 615-737-9986. Joan, you're going to love this. So,
okay.
Our friend Turd Ferguson, of course, everybody knows Turd. He's a big fan of the radio station. He watches us every morning on YouTube. And he has texted in a picture, which if you're watching on YouTube, you can see it. He has texted in a picture of Joan Jones on his television.
Oh, is this?
And he says, hey, Joan, greetings from upstate New York.
That's him?
That is, I guess.
That's Turd.
So I love that
Wow.
he has sent a picture of you on his television. And thank you very much, Turd, for watching us and listening here on Super Talk.
That's so
99.7
cool.
WTN.
Yeah.
We love Turd. I've met
We
Turd
do.
a couple of times.
By the way, Turd is spelled with an E at the end.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It makes it less turdy.
Less turd.
Yeah.
Less turdy.
Yeah.
All right, very good. The time is 6:08. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, did you hear the new info on the sandwich slinger?
Oh, no. But that he's from the DOJ?
Dude was a DOJ lawyer.
Yes.
Lawyer.
And now he's been fired. Hey, will you look up how much do DOJ attorneys make? This guy, now if you missed it, he walks up. This is the guy in Washington, D.C. He walks up to an officer, National Guard, and he throws a foot-long sandwich right at the guy. Hits him right in the chest. And then he runs in his salmon shirt, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what this dude was thinking, but they caught him. Turns out, guy was a DOJ lawyer, and now he has been fired. Can you imagine, Joan, as a wife, can you imagine your husband coming home and saying, honey, I'm sorry, but I lost my, how much?
Yeah.
How much, Sam?
It says the average, and this is based on being just general counsel, the average salary for an attorney at the U.S. Department of Justice is around $120,000 a year.
Honey, I lost my $120,000 a year job. Oh, no, what'd you do? I threw a Subway sandwich at a law enforcement officer.
I flung a hoagie.
So I love how the New York Post writes this. You ready? A D.C. dimwit who slung a Subway sandwich at a federal agent on the streets of the Capitol earlier this week has been identified as a now former Justice Department worker. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced Thursday that 37-year-old Sean Charles Dunn, who is facing a felony charge account for the sandwich strike, has been fired from his DOJ role. Dunn, of course, worked as an international affairs specialist in the Justice Department's criminal division. There's also video, and I don't have it, but there's also video of him screaming shame. Because that's what they do, right? They scream shame.
Oh, that's their big thing.
So
the best part is him. I mean, it's almost like did your dad play catch with you in the yard? Because he throws the sandwich like this.
Yeah, he
and then
throws
turns
like
and runs.
Yeah, he throws. I mean, I don't know.
Like a girl.
I didn't want to say it, Joan, but I'm
There's
glad
nothing
you did.
wrong with that. I'd knock it out of the park if a woman was pitching at me.
So apparently, this guy Dunn, he handled cases of fugitives abroad and helps foreign countries with extradition matters with their own fugitives, according to the DOJ. Well, of course, Jeanine Pirro, she had this message yesterday.
Today, because we charged him with a felony, assault on a police officer, and we're going to back the police to the hilt. So there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
There you go. Love Jeanine Pirro. Stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else. No, I don't see that he has been charged with assault with a deadly weapon. Meantime, in Washington, D.C.
Finally able to chill at a red light with my window down, not worried about if one of them youngsters is coming. Ride through the city, feeling more safe than I ever felt.
So she is driving, and she does this video, and she's like, I can drive with the windows down. She's very excited, as a matter of fact.
I figured out why he would do something so dumb. He's not an attorney. He's a paralegal.
Why are they calling him an attorney then?
He probably worked for an attorney as a paralegal.
I know some paralegals who believe that they're attorneys.
There are some. It's just like doctors and nurses. There are some paralegals that are smarter than attorneys and vice versa. But Washington Post has it that he was an paralegal.
Paralegal. Okay, very good. How much do DOJ paralegals make?
$68,000 a year.
Honey, I'm sorry. Sorry, but I lost my $68,000 a year job.
Plus all the benefits and the stipends.
Plus all those benefits and the stipends. Why? Because I launched a hoagie at a law enforcement officer. Now, the funny thing is, he'll probably, to be honest, he'll probably be treated as a hero, perhaps, in Washington, D.C. Because paralegals, and maybe you folks in the legal profession can tell me, but are they licensed?
It depends on the
Because
state.
if you're an attorney and you have a felony, I believe that you lose your license. But if you are a paralegal, I mean, you could probably still work, right? But anyway, the woman, she likes the fact that she can actually walk or drive peacefully down the street. So as the Democrats, they're doing their silliness, screaming shame as Donald Trump and the National Guard battles the bad guys in D.C., CNN, I love this. CNN is forced to report that, yes, the additional law enforcement is having its desired effect.
This is one of the areas of focus that we have heard a lot of concerns about, crime around Union Station, people who are loitering outside. I will tell you, as somebody who walks this route all the time, it does seem like there are fewer people just sort of hanging around.
Nuh-uh, there's less loitering in Washington, D.C. So you have people in Washington, D.C., and they seem to be happy with the safer streets. But of course, they're out there singing. That's what they're doing, Joan and Sam. They're out there singing. The Democrats,
again,
of course,
oh my gosh.
by the way, all these singers probably rented. You heard the story. The Democrats have been caught red-handed renting crowds like these people. The requests are up 400%, says Crowds on Demand CEO Adam Swart. So how do you know how much outrage is really there regarding Washington, D.C.?
I can't believe anyone would pay for that. Singing sounded out of tune, off pitch. It was bad.
Yeah, well, they don't have to sound good. They just have to be out of numbers.
And be cringy.
The leftist media, though, think about this. The leftist media, they're outraged, obviously, simply because it's Donald Trump, so that doesn't count as legit outrage, does it?
No.
See, I don't think that it does count as legit outrage, because if you're simply outraged because it's Donald Trump, I don't find that as legit. There's nothing legit about outrage when you're just complaining that a man is trying to combat murder and robbery and crime in the streets.
And to add on to that point, it almost angers me, the borderline mockery that is all of this singing and chanting. They think they're the freedom riders of the civil rights movement. It mocks what those people did.
But what it is, though, is that they're out of ideas.
Exactly.
Right? They're out of ideas. And I think that if the Democrats, I think if they really looked at themselves and looked at the situation that they're in, they would understand that they are on the wrong end of basically a 97-3 issue. That's their problem. So the Democrats are outraged because, again, it's Trump trying to help people stay safe. And by the way, that I don't believe counts as legitimate outrage. They don't know really where to go or what to do. The people of Washington, D.C., at least a lot of these folks that I'm seeing on the socials, they've said that they're actually happy that they can walk the streets again. So if you have a 400% spike in protesters, then how much outrage is there really? Isn't it all pretty much manufactured? We're going to explore that a little bit coming up next from Byron Donalds. It's all straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather, it is going to be incredibly hot. Sun and some clouds with a stray thunderstorm today. High of 93. It's got a feels like temperature of 107. A heat wave sweeps in this weekend, hitting a high of 98 on Sunday. So very, very hot weekend ahead. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right. Byron Donalds. Of course, you know, he may very well be the next Florida governor, but he was on, I think it was Fox News, and he speaks about this concept of astroturf or manufactured outrage.
We know that there's paid astroturf from the radical left. They do this all the time with a lot of their phony protests. When you talk to some of these people on the ground, they don't live in the jurisdictions. They tell you they're being paid. They're bussed in, and then when the issue's over, they leave. This is part of the astroturf of the Democratic left. We're far too familiar.
Yep. And are you familiar, Joan, with the term astroturf?
Oh, yeah.
Are you familiar? Okay, so, and Sam, I know that you know what it is. Basically, for people that don't know, you have like the grassroots, right? You have grassroots protests and all these kinds of. Well, astroturf is basically fake grassroots. Astroturf makes sense, right? The complete opposite of what grassroots is. So Byron Donalds brings up the point that these soft on crime policies, simply put, they don't work.
In the District of Columbia, if you're 22 years old and you commit a crime, they can try you as a juvenile. No other part of America does that, but they do that in D.C. That's the kind of stuff that needs to change.
Yeah, so I wanted to grok that because that actually sounded a little outrageous. A 22-year-old being charged as a juvenile. It does happen in very specific instances in Washington, D.C. If that 22-year-old, for example, Joan, is deemed as like mentally handicapped. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But I don't buy that though.
No.
So if you've got a 22-year-old who knows how to fire a gun, but then they're going to come back with, oh, well, he's got the mental capacity, the mature, whatever, of a 17-year-old, then they can be charged as a juvenile. BS. If they're smart enough to be able to know how to use a gun, load a gun, that kind of a thing, then no. They are old enough to be held accountable. I've always said, if somebody, because we've had this situation in Nashville, I don't remember the case, but we had this situation in Nashville where a dude was, they're trying to deem him as, mentally handicapped or whatever.
This is the Belmont student shooting.
Is it the Belmont student? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah, this is, his name is Shaquille Taylor. Her name is Jillian Ludwig.
That's right. And
Yes.
he ran.
He ran off.
So if he knew to run, then he knew that what he did was wrong. And so, therefore, he should be charged as an adult because he knew what he did was wrong.
He was shooting at random cars and just happened to strike her in the head.
Absolutely. She was out there for a run.
She was walking on the track in Edge Hill Community Memorial Gardens Park.
Yep.
And just took a bullet.
Horrifying.
And for a long time, now this happened in 2023, they just now deemed him able to go ahead and go through with the trial. Until then, he's had people saying, oh, but when he was young, he couldn't get through any grades because he has a mental handicap.
Yep.
But he knew what he was doing.
Absolutely. He knew what he was doing. And again, I'm just going to keep going back to the same point, that if you run, then you know what you did was wrong. Therefore, you are mature enough and mentally competent enough to stand trial. And in my opinion, also face execution. I don't know what they're charging him with, but I don't remember. Do you remember what they're charging him with? Sam, you can look it up.
I have it here.
I'm going to guess second degree.
Second
Jones
degree?
got it. Yeah. Because intent is the issue with first.
Right. No, I know that. But my opinion is, if you're shooting at cars, then your
intending to
intent
kill
is
somebody.
to kill somebody. I mean, that's my opinion. Probably a lawyer could,
So
no pun intended, shoot holes all through my argument.
He was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Oh, that is so wrong.
Yeah.
But this was in Nashville, of course, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Not shocking. Not shocking.
My grandfather is rolling in his grave.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been upgraded.
Upgraded?
Yeah.
Okay.
He probably hasn't gotten a grand jury yet.
622, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. And Joan was coming up in the news at 6:30.
Yeah, a report about a guy who was arrested with fentanyl in his pocket. Wait till you hear where this guy was arrested. It is infuriating. It's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$622, Dan Mandis here for Zentex. Your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zentex can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer just for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zentex. This can help make the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. So you can help the older folks and upgrade the quality and the look of your bathroom with a bathtub redesign from Zentex. That is going to up the worth of your home, and that is huge. Now, your work, when you go through Zentex for these upgrades, your work is going to be done in a day or less, and a great deal right now for listeners to my show. You mentioned WTN, and you get, appropriately enough, a free Kohler toilet. Get $999 off as well, off that bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years. Whatever works best for you. Zintex, Zentex.com. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dan Mandis here at 624. By the way, Stephen Bucci is coming up at 635, going to do a review of, or preview, if you will, of what is coming up with the big summit, the meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Window Nation. Now, this is my window company this summer, especially this weekend, man. Your AC is working overtime to keep your house cool and comfortable. Now, listen. If you don't want your AC to work overtime, if you want energy-efficient windows, well, Window Nation can help you. You should replace your old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. Now, what they're going to do, they're going to come over, they're going to measure 3 times to ensure that your windows fit perfectly and keep your home comfortable year-round. Now, this month, here, the month of August, you get a 50% discount on all window styles. That's right, 50% off all window styles, plus 0 money down, make 0 payments, and pay 0 interest for 2 full years. You could pay nothing until 2027. One of many reasons why I love my window company, Window Nation. They've put 4 windows in my home, including 2 in my basement studio. So don't miss out. This is Window Nation's most popular deal ever. Schedule a fast and free estimate right now with Window Nation, 866-90-NATION. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. .629 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, people are accusing me of mansplaining AstroTurf to you.
Yes, I did see that.
I apologize. I didn't know. I didn't know if Joan... Sometimes, folks, you got to realize, sometimes I'll just talk to Joan like I'm talking to you. So I'm just saying, if I say, hey, Joan, doesn't necessarily mean I'm talking with Joan per se. Maybe let's just stop doing that. I'll just, whatever.
It's called Dan-splaining.
That's exactly right.
See, so I think the aggravation came with the fact that you asked me if I knew it, but you knew already that Sam would know what that is. I think right after that you said, Sam, you know what it is.
Sam is, oh, God.
Oh, don't go there.
Sam's younger.
And I played football.
I don't know what that has to do with it.
Hey, by the way, well, because Sam is very hip to the social media. I'm not all that hip to social media. By the way, we're talking about Turd sending in real quickly the photo of him with you on his TV.
Yeah.
So now people, if you watch us on YouTube, people are now sending photos of us on their computer or their television. It's not what I meant, but thank you. I do find it kind of funny, actually, and interesting. Somebody sent me a video one time, and it was so weird. It was very weird. Anyway.
A video of yourself?
A video of you and I talking.
Wow.
As it was playing on their TV. And it was like a big screen, too. All right, it is 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation, and he is going to give us a preview of the summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Did you see what Zelensky did right before this big meeting?
Oh.
I'll tell you about that coming up next on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're now at 76 degrees, and watch it, guys. We're going up to 96 later on today. And, of course, the heat index is going to be much more than that. This weekend will also be a real hot weekend. Metro Nashville police report that a man known to them as a high-level drug dealer has been arrested in possession of a bag full of fentanyl. News 2's Andy Corden tells us that where Jordan Sandifer was arrested is raising alarms.
On the day of the raids, Sandifer is at a Nashville hospital for the birth of his child. Investigators tell me when he was arrested in the maternity ward, the 28-year-old had this large bag of fentanyl in his pocket.
Yeah, officers also searched 5 Nashville homes connected to Sandifer, and they seized 200 grams of fentanyl, 51 pounds of marijuana, 5 weapons, 3 of which were stolen, and $8,500 in cash. Sandifer is being held in jail on an $82,000 bond in Davidson County. In New York, 5 envelopes made that containing an unidentified white powder forced the evacuation of a federal building that houses an ICE office and a processing center. The suspicious letters were found in a mailroom used by ICE. The substance was sent to FBI's labs for testing, and there were no known injuries. Here's ABC's Phil Tate on that.
Investigators say the initial testing of the white powder appears to be boric acid, which is found in pesticides, and if eaten, it could be harmful. All of this discovered here at 26 Federal Plaza just yesterday, and investigators also believe that this was an effort to disrupt immigration operations. Now, after that, hazmat crews as well as police, they rushed in, leaving law enforcement to evacuate the building, including all of its detainees, to a facility in Newark.
And if we're looking at the stock market this morning, looks like we could have a nice start. The Dow futures are plus 297 right now. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33. Dan Mandis here for Contours. Listen, we got about a month and a half, 2 months of swimming pool weather to go here in the summer of 2025. And if you're not confident, check out the Belly Buster special from my friends at Contours. Now, what they do is they use that cutting-edge red light technology, and it is incredibly unique. It is effective, and most people with these Belly Buster specials, you're going to lose a couple of inches across the middle. Now, I've done it. Chad Benson has done it as well, and you can, if you're one of the first 10 callers right now, to get a $99 special from my friends at Contours. Now, if you're not sure how all of this works, go to their website. It's contoursllc.com and take a look for yourself. And they explain not only what you can use red light technology for regarding the Belly Buster special, there's all kinds of other different uses that you can use it for with my friends at Contours. Now, that website, again, contoursllc.com. The phone number, by the way, if you want to be one of the first 10 callers to get that $99 special, 615-236-9960. First 10 callers, $99 Belly Buster special right now, 615-236-9960. And as I said, find out all about it at their website, contoursllc.com.
Okay, folks, on eastbound 24 in Jolton, you got an accident just before New Hope Road, exit 31 to deal with. Also, Berry Hill, a crash on 65, northbound on-ramp from Armory Drive. And the on-ramp is partially blocked off by that. Bordeaux, a crash Centennial Boulevard at Briley Parkway, and in the downtown area, Demumbrian Street at 10th Avenue South. That's the scene of another crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening for a Friday. Stephen Bucci is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Stephen, thank you for giving us a preview. The president getting ready to fly to Alaska to meet with Vladimir Putin. And I do find it interesting, the people that are going with the president, you've got J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, of course, Marco Rubio as well, and a myriad, a host of others. But I think with Scott Bessent going, the Treasury Secretary, what does that tell you about what President Trump can do against Russia as it relates to perhaps sanctions?
Well, obviously, the Secretary of the Treasury is the money guy.
Yep.
And he is the one, with help from others, but predominantly the Secretary of Treasury would be responsible with defining what financial and commercial sanctions we would put on Russia, how to tie them together, how to connect sanctions against people who do business with Russia to this program as well. He's a key player in all that. Obviously, Secretary Rubio, he's the more traditional diplomatic stuff. It's hard to come up with more diplomatic sanctions because we've got a lot of them on there. The financial ones, we've got some, but there is still a lot of room to put a big squeeze on Putin to hurt him where it hurts the most right now, because he is short of funds. He is finding it difficult to finance this war. So that's a powerful team for a meeting like this. I mean, those are the A squad guys there. I'm sure there's going to be some folks from the intel community there, some security types as far as the military, but it's that this is not a casual get together. Let's just kind of see how it goes. I know the administration has kind of downplayed some of the potential, mostly because they should. You don't know if anything's going to work with Putin. He could just be stringing them along or trying to. But I think the seriousness of this in President Trump's mind is exemplified by the people he's bringing along on the team.
I thought it was interesting, Stephen Bucci joining us from the Heritage Foundation, that President Trump said, I'll know within the first 2 minutes whether Vladimir Putin is really serious about finding a roadway or a pathway to peace. Talk about that.
Well, firstly, President Trump is pretty confident in his ability as a negotiator. And in business, unlike in government, you don't have to spend, a week's worth of meetings and everything else to decide whether you want to do business with someone. The CEO of the company, in this case, President Trump, is used to walking into a room, having a quick conversation, shaking a hand, looking at somebody in the eye and deciding, is this person serious about doing business, or is he just, trying to feel things out? I don't have time for that. Let's go. And he'll leave, literally. He is not bound by traditional diplomatic protocols or anything else. In fact, he seems to take great joy in blowing those things away, because in a lot of cases, it's a lot of history and not a lot of sense. So I think he's going to look at Putin personally to see whether he's being serious. And I have a feeling, there's not going to be a lot of drinking tea and smiling at each other before things start hitting the table as far as we need you to do this, we need you to do that. And, Putin's responses to those will be very telling and will probably come early in this meeting.
Zelensky, I think it was last night, he obliterated, sent just a bunch of drones over to Russia, huge attack. Vladimir Putin did the same thing before Trump met with Zelensky. So what's your, how do you interpret what Zelensky is doing, sending all of the, just basically bombing a lot of the, sending a lot of bombs over towards Russia? I mean, is that a message?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd like to kill a bunch of Russians too, because they've killed so many of his people. But the main thing is he's not invited to this meeting, though Trump has promised, you're going to be the first person I call as soon as I walk out the door. And I think Trump will stand by that. So he is trying to have some influence on the content of this meeting from his actions afar. And he's letting them know Ukraine's not down and out yet. We may, they may be hurt, but they're not dead. And he's letting both Putin and President Trump know there's still a lot of fight left in Zelensky himself, his government, and the Ukrainian people. So an important message, and one hopes if something positive comes out of the meeting, maybe we can stop doing this. But I would not, burst out the champagne and the balloons yet. I think there's going to be some tough negotiating that has to occur. I hope and pray that Putin comes to be serious and he really wants to stop this and doesn't try and bring up a lot of other issues that he knows are important to the United States, trade issues, cybersecurity issues, the Arctic. There's a lot of things out there, but Trump has been pretty hardcore that all those other issues are unimportant relative to getting peace between Ukraine and Russia. And he wants to deal with the other issues, but the main focus here is going to be on bringing this conflict to an end.
Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation joining us. Stephen, hold on one sec. I'm going to pick up the conversation after traffic. I want to talk a little bit about Zelensky and whether or not he should be at these meetings. Some of these European nations want him at this meeting. So I think, is it good or bad that he's not there? We're going to do that coming up next. Time to check the roads on WTN. Hot today, very hot this weekend. Sun and some clouds, a stray thunderstorm with a high of 93. Feels like 107 today. Heat wave sweeps in this weekend, hitting a high of 98 on Sunday. That feels like I don't even want to talk about it. Stephen Bucci is joining us. All right, so Stephen, should Zelensky be at this meeting?
I would prefer if he was there, if it were me. And I think President Trump tried to get him there. And Putin apparently said, no, can't do it with him there. We need to talk first. And Trump badly wants to get this done. So he said, okay, I'll represent Ukraine's interest. I don't think he's going to give away half of Ukraine to without Zelensky's agreement and knowledge. So everybody that thinks this is, a Chamberlain-esque moment, I think is wrong. I think Trump is not going to let Ukraine get sold down the river. And I think that the emphasis on getting peace to the exclusion of all these other issues that we really care about, rare earth minerals, that kind of stuff, tells you that Trump is being serious about this one issue for this negotiation. I'm sure he kind of hopes it will lead to other things also. But I would prefer Zelensky to be there, but you got to work with what is doable at the moment. So at least sitting down with Putin and maybe opening up those negotiating channels again will get us there down a little further down the road. Like I say, it may not reach resolution today, but hopefully shortly. And then they can bring Zelensky in, and they can do the details of a deal with all the right people in the room.
Well, one of the interesting things about all of this is Zelensky has so many, both sides, but Zelensky has been out there saying, we will not give up an inch of territory. And Trump has said, well, there's going to have to be some sort of a land swap here. So how serious do you think Zelensky is? Because if that's his position and he's sticking to it, there is no end to this war.
That's problematic. I mean, we are going to. I can't see an outcome where Russia completely leaves all of the terrain that used to be Ukraine, from back in 2008. The Crimea, all of the eastern part of the Donbass. I think some of that stuff is probably going to remain in Russia's hands. I think one of the most likely outcomes is that you get Russia to at least back off to prior to the borders they had prior to this incursion a couple of years ago, and that's not going to make the Ukrainian people happy. It's also going to really tick off Vladimir Putin if he has to give back anything. So I think everybody's going to have to give a little bit if they can get other security guarantees for Ukraine, like Ukraine joining NATO and Russia stopping its ridiculous thing. Well, if Ukraine joins NATO, it's a threat to Russia. That's complete propaganda. NATO has never been a threat to Russia's integrity, has never communicated in any way. And look, I was, in the Pentagon in the early 2000s when all this stuff started coming up. And the Russians, that is a propaganda position, not a serious position of diplomacy. So people are going to give up something. I hope the Ukrainians don't get sold down the river. I think that would be wrong. I don't think that's President Trump's position, nor his intent. But we'll wait and see where it goes. That's what Putin will be trying for.
Yes.
But I don't think President Trump will let that happen.
So how do both sides here come away with a victory? Because that's what has to happen, right? Both sides need to be able to say to their respective people, we came back with a victory. Is that possible? Can both sides come out with a victory here to end this war?
Well, politicians can say whatever they want. The reality is neither side's going to come away with a victory. I mean, that's what negotiations lead to.
Yeah.
If one side wins completely, then that wasn't really a negotiation. It was a somebody giving an order. So I think expectations should be that both sides, in truth, come out totally not satisfied with where they are, but realize this is as good as it gets. Now, how they couch it to their people and how they present it, America has ways to provide sweeteners and things like that will make the sting go away a little bit. But yeah, in a very visceral kind of conflict like this one has become, I don't think anybody's going to come away happy. So we'll see what President Trump, the big negotiator, can do. I hope he can get it done and find a way to let both sides accept whatever they don't like with enough grace, and then let their own people put the spin on it. I'm not going to try and prognosticate what spin these folks are going to do to sell it to their domestic folks, but it's going to be a tough lift for both of them.
All right. So last question. What happens if this whole thing turns out to be a dead end and there's absolutely no path to an agreement? At what point does Donald Trump and America just walk away from this whole thing? Like, at what point does Trump wash his hands of the whole thing? Can he?
Uh, uh, I hope he doesn't. I know there's a lot of folks listening that would prefer us to have a more isolationist view of this. So, what's our interest in it? We do have an interest in it. We have an interest in making sure that borders are maintained, that people don't just cavalierly say, well, I don't like this, so I'm going to change it. We can't let that stand. But clearly, we don't want to invest, any more treasure, and we darn sure don't want to invest any blood into this conflict. But we can still do a lot of things to influence this, as excuse me, as we talked at the beginning, with the financial things. There's big sanctions on Russia, but definitely not so comprehensive as to say there's nothing more we can do. So I think we're going to see the other elements of power brought into this, the diplomatic, the economic, the informational, will all come in. So it's not just the military elements of power. I don't think we're going to be walking away from this thing in the immediate future. Maybe down the road we will. We just give up. But President Trump doesn't like to give up. And I think he's determined to bring this conflict to an end, as he promised in his campaign. And, he's really big on, if he says something in a campaign, he actually tries to get it done.
Imagine that. Stephen Bucci, always great to have you on. Outstanding perspective and analysis, and have a great weekend. It is 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. And Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Dan, we'll tell you why a judge said no to a request from Tennessee's quadruple murder suspect, and the extreme measures one town is taking to keep teens from running roughshod over their public spaces. Those stories and more at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, it is officially moving season, a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is to make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It is super quick. It is easy to set up as well. And then boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience, faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back and relax and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Dan Mandis here. Appreciate you listening. Want to tell you about my friends at Busy Bee HVAC. Man, it is going to be hot this weekend. It's going to be hot today. It is back to school time, and that means that Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are bringing the buzz with huge savings and sweet giveaways. Now, listen to this. If you've got septic issues, right now is the time to get it fixed with Busy Bee. You can get 15% off any septic work, main drain lines, or whole home repipes. Yes, that is 15% off. You can also upgrade your HVAC system and get entered to win the Healthy Hive giveaway, a $1,500 sponsorship to the local school of your choice. Now, you join the Beehive Club, and you could gift a free membership to a local teacher, a coach, faculty member as well. Buy one, gift one. It is just that simple. Now, breathe easier with $100 off indoor air quality products as well. The savings with Busy Bee, they just go on and on. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out and get started. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Presidents Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are set to meet in Alaska. They're talking about terms, of course, for ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine, nuclear arms control, and trade agreements as well. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio is reporting from Washington.
Heading into the meeting, Trump expressing confidence that he can convince Putin to end the war. Still, Trump admitted yesterday he thinks there's a 25% chance they'll leave the summit with no deal. And a Kremlin advisor told the British Daily Telegraph this is not a final summit where lasting peace can be achieved.
In local news here in Tennessee, quadruple murder suspect Austin Drummond has asked a judge to be allowed to talk to his girlfriend. That judge denied the request. Channel 4's Lauren Lowry says that Drummond's girlfriend is a relative of the four people he's accused of murdering.
Since this case has come about, we've learned Drummond's girlfriend was a correctional officer in a prison he served time in. The TBI was asked if she was involved in any way in this case. Agents say they're looking into anyone that could have been a help to him. Also in court were two of the three people charged for allegedly helping Drummond while he was on the run. One of the suspects got their bond lowered. The other asked for a bond reduction. The judge said he would look at that as his next court date at the next one.
Drummond will be back in the Lake County Court in a couple of weeks for a preliminary hearing. An investigation's underway in Nashville after a woman in a wheelchair was hit by a vehicle last night. This happened at the intersection of Thompson Lane and Nolensville Pike around 8 o'clock. The driver left the scene but then returned later and spoke with police. Now, the woman was transported to Vanderbilt Medical Center, but we don't know the extent of her injuries. Parents living in one New Jersey town better keep an eye on their teenagers.
One town in New Jersey is putting parents on notice. You can now face jail time for your kids' unruly behavior. Under a new ordinance in Gloucester Township, parents can now be held accountable for their kids' public disturbances or dozens of other misbehaviors, from crimes to chronic truancy at school. Parents could face up to 3 months in jail if their child under 18 is found guilty of certain offenses, and they can be fined up to $2,000.
That's ABC's Danny New. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Investors are monitoring economic data on import prices, consumer sentiment, and retail sales. That's due out this morning. Right now, the Dow futures are plus 281. We've got NASDAQ futures minus 6. S&P futures are plus 11. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So we've got an accident this morning, Goodlettsville. The crash is on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, westbound side at Conference Drive. The right lane is blocked off by that one. Eastbound lanes of 24 in Jolton. That's an accident at New Hope Road, exit 31. And then in Madison, another crash involving an injury, Myatt Drive at Anderson Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It looks like President Trump is now heading off towards Alaska. CNN, breaking news. The president, I see Air Force One, and it is heading on down the runway. So,
yeah, I just watched him walk up the steps, turn around and wave to everybody.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, did he trip like Joe Biden would have?
He did not. No, he was pretty confident walking up those stairs.
No tripping? Okay,
no tripping.
good.
He didn't even have the old man shoes on that Joe Biden eventually ended up wearing.
And it was, he's using, President Trump, I assume, is using the long staircase, not the, little baby staircase that Biden had to use.
Correct. Yep.
Well, let's be honest. Biden would not be going to this length to try and solve, this 3-year-old horrendous war.
He would not be brokering world peace.
No, he would be writing blank checks to Vladimir Zelensky. That's what Joe Biden would be doing. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Joan.
Mm-hmm.
Watch us on YouTube if you would. And by the way, the Daily Dan poll, we haven't even talked about that yet. So let's very quickly, Sam, remind me what the Daily Dan poll is this morning. And we'll maybe converse on that before I go into some great audio and video.
So the Daily Dan poll.
By the way, real quick, Harry Enton has some very bad news for Democrats. Go.
So the Daily Dan, I put, should Zelensky crash the Trump-Putin meeting because he wasn't invited?
Right.
And we are polling at 79% saying no. Let Putin and Trump talk it out.
Yeah, let the adults, what did I say yesterday? Let the adults in the room talk.
The people who know how to wear suits to formal business meetings.
Oh, can you imagine if Zelensky does try to crash it? He does show up and he's wearing his fatigues. Oh, please let that happen. Anyway, thank you, Sam. All right, real quickly, because we all know what's going on in Washington, D.C. We've all been talking about it. And I think there's a lot going on here that the media clearly is not covering. Number one, and I have been talking about this morning, is that there is a lot of crime in Washington, D.C., regardless of what the media and the locals in D.C. Politicians will tell you. There is a lot of crime in D.C. That's number one. Number two, the locals in D.C., some of them are actually very happy that Donald Trump has sent in the National Guard. But, just from a common sense standpoint, doesn't it make sense to want safe streets? I mean, doesn't it? Of course it does. Harry Enton on CNN has some very bad news for the Democrats.
Yeah, I think that Democrats have to get it around their heads that Americans are far more hawkish on crime than they think that they are. What are we talking about? Trump's net approval handling crime. Where was he last year? He was way underwater at minus 13 points views of term number one. But look at where he is now. He's on the positive side of the ledger. He's on the positive side at plus 1 point. Americans view Trump far more favorably now on crime than they did a year ago.
Now, so just so you know, because there's video playing on the stream, but Trump has gone up 14 points. March of 2024, the American people viewed him in terms of handling crime at negative 13. He is now up 1. So the Democrats are on the losing side of this.
And while this polling doesn't take into account what's exactly happening in D.C. right now, it does take into account what happened in Los Angeles, what's happened earlier this year. And Americans, for the most part, actually view Trump favorably. Crime is one of Trump's best issues. It's one of the reasons why he wants to talk about crime, because it favors him.
It will be very interesting when you can see polling that has what's happening and rolling out right now settling in to see
if it moves
what the impact really is, because it's been a lot of messaging is what we've seen.
You know what I think is going on? There's a number of things going on. I predict, this is going to be my bold prediction, and you can tell me what you think on the super text line, which is open right now, very active this morning. Thank you. 615-775-7833, right? Did I get that right?
No.
What is the, why, how did I forget that? 615-773.
615-787.
787. 9986. I don't know what phone number I just
Probably
gave.
one of your wonderful sponsors.
Okay. I probably did. And it's a little early for the show to be train wrecking.
Yeah.
Whatever. Moving right along. Do you know what I think? Chime in on the super text line. Do you know what I think is going on? I think the American people saw the Cincinnati beatdown, which, by the way, I've got some news on that coming up. We saw the Cincinnati beatdown. We saw the bloody woman, Holly, on the ground, beaten to perhaps within an inch of her life. We saw what happened to Big Balls. And we also know... We also know that 13, 14-year-old groups of children in these big cities are doing horrendous things. And so I think the American people, I think what they're doing is they are tying that directly to Democrat policies. That's number one. And number two is they're seeing Donald Trump, just like Russia and Ukraine, they see Donald Trump wanting to fix it. So my bold prediction is going to be that when the polling comes out on what Donald Trump is doing in Washington, D.C., it is going to be even better.
Compare Trump to Biden in handling of crime, please.
Yeah, okay. I think this sort of gives the game away here because Donald Trump is like Air Jordan towering over Joe Biden when it comes to their handling of crime. Look, in 2024, look at where Biden's net approval was on crime. Way underwater there at minus 26 points. It was one of Biden's worst issues. Granted, pretty much every issue was one of Biden's worst issues. And again, look at where Donald Trump is. Way, way, way above Joe Biden. What is that?
Absolutely. On the screen, net approval ratings handling crime. Joe Biden in 2024, he was minus 26. Minus 26. Donald Trump is up 1. So that tells you that the American people, unlike the Democrats, the American people get it.
That's 27 points. So Americans vastly prefer Donald Trump's approach to crime than they did to Joe Biden's. And again, I think it gets back to the point that Americans are far more hawkish on crime than a lot of Democrats want to admit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everybody knows Democrats weak on crime.
Americans writ large, but how does it break down by party?
Yeah, okay. So I think that this is, we're talking about Donald Trump here, right? So I think it's very important to know that this isn't just about Donald Trump. It's about Republicans versus Democrats.
And that's important for the midterm elections. And that is important for the next presidential race coming up in 2028. By the way, which party is closer to your views on crime? 2 years ago, I'm just going to tell you what it says. 2 years ago, the GOP was up 13 points. The Republicans were up 13 points. Do you know what it is now?
Right, and that
up 16 points. So we are up 3 points from just a couple of years ago.
Of course, is a key question going into next year's midterm election. I think the party closest to your views on crime. Look, in 2023, Republicans were favored by 13 points. Look at where they were in May of this year. Republicans were actually favored by 16 points. They actually gained ground on crime. They were maintaining their edge and actually added a little bit to it. So Republicans in the House, Republicans in the Senate, they absolutely want to be talking about crime. The more they feel that we're talking about crime, the better they feel that the electoral landscape is for them.
Okay. See, that's what I love. That's what I love. Meantime, Pam Bondi, I guess is this breaking news this morning, Joan? Because CNN is calling this breaking news. Attorney General Pam Bondi takes over the D.C. Police Department and installed a new emergency commissioner. And so as the president and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, is essentially taking over the Washington, D.C. Police Department. The mayor and the police chief there in Washington, D.C. are both rejecting the notion that Pam Bondi can take over the Washington, D.C. Police Department and is allowed to, has the authority to install a new emergency commissioner. So there's going to be a battle over authority there. But you know what? I just told you, Harry Enton just told you that, listen, you've got the GOP that is far more trusted with fighting crime. And so, do you know what I get visuals in my head, Joan and Sam. I get visuals in my head. And do you know what I thought about this morning as I was going through the news? Do you know that, you know what, I can't do it here. After the traffic, I'm going to tell you the visual that is in my head when I was reading and looking at the news and watching the news this morning. It is all straight ahead. 7:16, time to check the roads on WTN. $7:16 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. All right. As far as your weather goes, sun and some clouds with a stray thunderstorm, high of 93, feels like 97 today. Heat wave sweeps this weekend, hitting a high of 98 on Sunday, and that feels like temperature is going to be really bad. Joan and Sam, do you know what I was thinking about this morning when I was reading the news and I'm listening to Harry Enton and I'm seeing that the Democrats are battling Donald Trump and Pam Bondi over what's going on in Washington, D.C.
Winning.
No. Do you know what I was thinking about?
What?
Do you know when the movie Home Alone, when Macaulay Culkin gets the two bandits to fall down the stairs or whatever it is, and he goes, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I think about every time I read about how they are resisting Donald Trump. It's like, yes, they keep doing this. They keep, and we played the audio yesterday, they keep falling into this trap where these 95-5 issues.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it's 97-3.
Yeah, some people, I don't know who this, 97-3. I mean, you're right.
I'll see your Home Alone 1 reference and raise you a Home Alone 2 where he's chucking bricks down.
Okay.
Smacks him right in the face and it stuns him, falls over. That's what pops in my head.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Either way, they're not doing well. The Democrats certainly are not doing well with this issue. And I don't think that do you think that they know that they're losing on this issue? Do you think that they know it?
No.
You don't think they know it, Sam? Do you think they know it, Joan?
I don't. And I wanted to ask you did you see the coverage of yesterday, Gavin Newsom's press conference?
So,
do you have that?
Let me. Yes, I do. But basically, I got to find it. But yeah, basically, what happens?
It's kind of the same thing, right?
It is the same thing. So Gavin Newsom is having this press conference, and he's really angry. And the reason why Gavin Newsom is angry is because, and God, this is so Trumpian, isn't it? So Newsom is having a press conference on the fleeing Texas Democrats. They are now going, I guess today they're back in. They're going to reconvene today in Texas, in Austin. But Newsom is having a press conference, and ICE shows up outside of the press conference, and they start arresting people. Oh, my Lord.
Is it not the greatest thing ever?
It is the greatest thing ever. It is the greatest thing ever. And the funny thing is that, Newsom got really, really angry at that. I'm desperately looking for the audio and the video. I don't, because this just came up. I'll find it, and I'll play it coming up after this next break, because a couple of things happened. You got Newsom holding a press conference, and if you hear Gavin Newsom tell it, they intentionally sent ICE to his press conference and start arresting people. I mean,
Do you
I
want to
love
hear
that.
how one of the reporters at ABC?
Yes.
You want to hear this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me. Okay, hit play, drone.
A group of heavily armed Border Patrol agents descending on the streets of Little Tokyo in the heart of Los Angeles Thursday, an operation taking place just outside a political event with prominent Democrats, including California Governor Gavin Newsom, where they announced that California would fast-track redistricting to ensure more Democrats are elected to Congress in the midterms, which they said was in response to what Texas is trying to do with Republican members of Congress.
They're a little upset.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're always going to be upset because for the Democrats, I think you're right. I do believe that they know that they're losing. They're losing the narrative. They are losing the fight. And I think that this is really fun to watch. I don't know if I've ever, to be perfectly honest, I don't know if I've ever had this much fun covering a story. I do have the audio and the video, so let's get the video up too for you folks watching on YouTube and all the other video streaming channels. This is Gavin Newsom and his response to ICE showing up after his during his press conference
about the fact that we're affirming our independent commission and we're calling for a national independent commission as well. Well, I think it's pretty sick and pathetic, and it just said everything you need to know. The setting that we're under. That they chose the time, manner, and place to send their district director outside right when we're about to have this press conference. Said everything you know about Donald Trump's America.
Yeah. We want to deport the illegal aliens, dude. By the way, his face. Can you see the video? His face is all red. And I did say this in the 5 o'clock hour. There's something about people that smile when they're angry that totally creeps me out. Gavin Newsom is an angry smiler.
It's all about the Botox.
Maybe.
Is he Botoxed?
I mean,
I have no idea.
He's the governor of California. How is he not Botoxed?
Gavin Newsom looks like a walking mannequin. Hold on.
And that was top down. You know that for a fact. They'll deny it, I'm sure. Maybe they won't deny it. Said everything you know about the authoritarian tendencies of the President of the United States.
I don't think Donald Trump should deny it. I think, yeah, you know what? We had ICE outside of Gavin Newsom's press conference. We did that. You know why? Because it is symbolic. Because Gavin Newsom is fighting deporting illegal alien gang members. Karen Bass, the mayor, is fighting deporting illegal alien gangbangers. So, yeah, you know what? This really defines what Donald Trump and Tom Homan, their ultimate objective, which is to get rid of these bad guys.
I said in a moment ago, wake up, America, wake up.
Oh, America did wake up, right? November of 2024, we woke up.
You will not have a country if he rigs this election.
We won't have a country if all these illegal aliens keep coming in, thanks to your party, Gavin Newsom.
You will have a president who will be running for a third term. Mark my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around. The rules do not apply to him. The most corrupt president in history. Doesn't believe in free enterprise, crony capitalism. He is wrecking this country, wrecking the economy. He's a lawless president. Wake up, America. Wake up to what's going on.
So that is Gavin Newsom. He's a little upset. That's what he is.
He's a little angry. I mean, and it's just ironic coming from the governor that wanted people to stay in their houses on the 4th of July in 2020.
Yep.
And everyone said, screw that, we're going to shoot fireworks off anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the hypocrisy of Gavin Newsom, California has gone right down the crapper. Gavin Newsom has helped to send the state of California right down the crapper, and every person that I know in California, and granted I hang out with, I know conservatives, but even some of the liberals that I know cannot stand Gavin Newsom because of some of the things that he has done. And even if you're not politically motivated, even if you're somebody who doesn't really talk much about politics and what have you, just the sheer hypocrisy where, he locked everybody else in while he's having a big old fancy dinner. I think just that, even if you're not, politically minded, the hypocrisy, I think, rubs a lot of people the wrong way. So that is what happened yesterday. And by the way, coming up, I've got some great audio and video of the reaction of Karen Bass when Donald Trump and his administration sent ICE outside of Gavin Newsom's press conference. So I've got some great audio and video from Karen Bass. It is coming up. 7:25, running a little late. I think it was worth it to play, angry Gavin. And Joan Jones is coming up with the news. Joan.
Yeah, headstones toppled and broken, and a cleanup underway in Murfreesboro now. Also, how you can help. Police are searching for a Hendersonville man for what he did inside of a Target store. All of that and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. If you are maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Yes, indeed. Dan Mandis here. You get cash out right now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. Now, they paid off debt. They renovated their kitchen. They cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. So with Loan Pronto, you've got instant approvals. You've got low rates and no hard credit pull up front. This is your home equity. It is yours. You should use it to get yourself in a better financial position. You can get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call them to get the conversation started. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Find them on time, anytime. It is loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning. Now 7:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump is heading now to a military base in Anchorage, Alaska for that summit we've been expecting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy with a preview.
Is expected to hold a news conference at the conclusion of the summit. He says if the meeting goes well, it'll be a joint news conference with Vladimir Putin by his side. But if it goes poorly, and he says there's a 25% chance that it will, he'll hold his own news conference and then head back here to Washington. Trump has aired the hope that a second meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky could be hastily arranged, maybe even right there in Alaska. But that's only if things work out between him and Putin later today.
Police in Murfreesboro say that they're investigating vandalism at a historic cemetery. 9 gravestones at the Lytle Cemetery knocked over and broken into pieces. This happened in June. It's the resting place of Revolutionary War heroes and the founder of Murfreesboro. Robert Bolliard is the chapter president of the Stones River Sons of American Revolution. He spoke to Channel 4 about Captain William Lytle, whom the cemetery is named after.
Especially with a patriot, and especially when we're getting ready to honor America 250th, that something like this will happen. But we're determined we're going to make it right, get it right, and be ready to celebrate his life, his accomplishments, and everything that all of our patriots did.
Now, to make it right, it's going to cost about $50,000 to replace the damaged headstones, the graves there. You can help. There is a GoFundMe that's been established. You can just go to GoFundMe.com, search Lytle Cemetery. That's spelled Lytle, and you can help with those funds that are needed. Police are searching for a man from Hendersonville after he was spotted in a store taking photos of a 12-year-old girl. This happened yesterday. 45-year-old Kevin Jackson reportedly seen at the Target in Franklin on Galleria Boulevard, squatting down, pointing a phone at the girl and tapping a screen. A warrant's been issued for his arrest on a charge of unlawful photography. Crime Stoppers is offering a $1,000 reward. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee, it can get crazy. We all know that, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. They are not going to leave you in the dark when the power is out in your neighborhood. Guess what? Your power at your home is going to be on thanks to that backup home standby generator from the Generator Supercenter. Now, financing is available. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. Dan Mendes here, 7:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So, want to tell you about my friends at the Glock store now. I know, what else is new? I'm talking about the Glock store. Well, let me tell you what else is new. C-cuts. Now, C-cuts are short for compensator cuts. These are little slots that are cut into the barrel and the slide that redirect some of that bullet blast upwards into a V pattern. Now, basically what this does is it helps you keep on target by reducing what they call muzzle flip, and it does lessen that recoil as well. Now, these cuts are identical to the ones that were offered in the high-end Gen 3 compensated Glocks, but haven't been available in the latest models until now. The Glock store will compensate your Glock in 10 days or less, and you'll end up with a flatter shooting gun with less recoil. It really is incredible. And if you want to try before you buy, Glock store, of course, have you covered. Just buy a sample bullet pack for $6.99, and you can shoot your choice of a C-cut Glock 17, Glock 19, or Glock 43X. Now, there's a big difference in all the models, but that 43X with the C-cut, it is incredible. And don't forget to bring your Glock or just the barrel and slide. You're going to want to start those 10 days sooner than later. The Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online, shoot270.com and glockstore.com.
Fairview, there's an accident this morning on Highway 96 at Crow Cut Road. That's actually an overturned tractor trailer that may be there for a while. Vietnam Veterans Boulevard in Goodlettsville. This is in the westbound lanes at Conference Drive, exit 1. A crash takes out the right shoulder. Joelton, couple of accidents. Eastbound lanes before New Hope Road and Whites Creek Pike. You've got accidents in those areas. Cool Springs on 65 southbound just before Moores Lane. There's a vehicle fire and the right lane is blocked off, and it looks like that's a dump truck that's on fire. Careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you for a Friday. Dan Mandis here, along with Joan Jones, Sam Rutherford as well. And by the way, real quick programming note, depending on what happens with the Vladimir Putin meeting with Donald Trump, there may be a live show via Red Eye Radio hosted by yours truly, Saturday morning, midnight to 5, if the network believes that the news warrants it. They want to make sure that they have all the very latest on the network. So keep an eye on my social media if you would, and I'll let you know if I'll be on live tonight or Saturday morning, midnight to 5, covering all things Russia. Now, we were talking earlier, this is such a great story, where Donald Trump sends ICE outside of the press conference that Gavin Newsom was holding. And just a few moments ago, I did play for you the audio of Gavin Newsom, who is not real happy. You know who else isn't happy? Karen Bass, of course.
Oh, yeah.
L.A. mayor.
Not believe that this just happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other elected officials were having a press conference here to talk about redistricting, and they decided they were going to come and thumb their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful.
Is it unbelievably disrespectful? Because it seems to me like what they are doing is disrespectful to President Trump, because all he's trying to do is deport illegal aliens, and which is his right as president of the United States. And it is incredibly disrespectful to America to get in the way, which is exactly what Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom has been doing. I was listening to Chris the other day, and he was saying that I guess they've got, and I think I've talked about this too, but where they've got an entire little network going on within Los Angeles where it's like a notification system where ICE is. And so then everybody is alerted to where ICE is. And of course, that not only hurts their ability to find the illegal aliens, but it also puts the lives of the ICE agents at risk. By the way, you know what's great about this video, Joan, and I'm so glad that I can actually show video on the stream.
Yeah.
Is that her head is like bobbing up and down.
Oh, yeah.
She looks like she's channeling Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, Interesting.
Yeah, she is. She's channeling Elizabeth Warren, and it's like, how dare he? I mean, I don't know about you. I absolutely love what is going on with Karen Bass. And again, it is obviously what they're trying to do is they're trying to troll them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's one of those people that you talked about before that always smiles, even like when they're talking. She's always smiling, and you're not really sure why. But in this video, she's mad.
Oh, she's
really mad, and she's not smiling anymore. And it's like,
she's not smiling at all.
No,
she's not smiling at all. And personally, I think it's great. I mean, obviously, the left is all angry about this, and that's all fine, well, and good, and they can be angry. But here's the deal: the American people are on our side with this. That's what's happening. The American people are on the side of Donald Trump. And so the longer that they try and fight the president on this, the worse it's going to be for them. Now, we were talking earlier, I played the audio of Gavin Newsom complaining that somebody sent him a Trump hat, Trump 2028 hat. And he's saying, oh, somebody sent me this hat. Mark my words, Donald Trump is going to run for a third term. Remember that whole thing? So, of course, the internet did what the internet does, and there are videos all over the place of Gavin Newsom wearing a Trump 2028 hat. I mean, I don't know what it is, that Photoshop or, whatever it is, but it is really, really funny with Gavin Newsom. And I don't know about you, Joan, but, if you're watching on YouTube, I think Gavin Newsom looks really good in a Trump 2028 hat. Doesn't he look fetching?
I love it.
He does. He looks great.
Red is his color.
He looks less like Norman Bates from American Psycho.
He is a little Norman Batesy looking, isn't he?
Yeah. I think they didn't know he would be that crazy when that movie came out. But, you see the memes with Christian Bale and everything in it, and it's pretty identical. He just needs that tarp jacket.
Yes. Exactly. So anyway, Gavin Newsom clearly coming out the loser and on this. And again, the internet doing what the internet does. And they put him in a Trump 2028 hat. By the way, coming up, have you seen the new ICE vehicle, Joan? Just since we're on talking about ICE and all this stuff. Have you seen the new ICE vehicle?
I'm not sure if I have.
The people at ICE, they are apoplectic about this new vehicle.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you. Coming up next, it is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 7:45, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Far as your weather, sun and some clouds, a stray thunderstorm today. High of 93. Feels like 97, feels like 107 today. Heat wave, more of a heat wave comes in this weekend, hitting a high of 98 on Sunday, which means the feels like temperature, I don't know, Joan, what do you think, about 109, 110?
Sure, I think that's the appropriate cooking level.
So, yeah.
Stay inside weather.
That's what you got to do. You got to stay inside. All right. So the New York Post, and if you're watching on YouTube, then or any of the other streaming options, you can see it here. The new ICE vehicle, this is the headline, Joan. ICE to roll out bold new cars emblazoned with the agency's name and logo, leaving agents furious and terrified, saying that they are now a bullseye.
Yeah.
Let me describe this. There's big yellow lettering on the side. It's kind of like a Jeep-looking kind of a thing, like an SUV Jeep kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It's a Suburban.
Thank you. On the side in big yellow lettering, capital letters, it says ICE with the ICE logo. Is that purple?
No, it's navy blue. Navy blue with a gold ICE logo.
Okay. On the back end, it says defend the homeland. And people are not happy.
Oh, and you probably did notice. When you pulled up this article, there was a Sydney Sweeney jeans ad playing underneath the headline.
Well, I try not to get distracted by such things, Sam, but it's hard. This is what the article says. Immigration agents say that it'll blow ICE's cover. They say they have long gone undercover to make arrests across the country. They will soon be rolling in vehicles boldly emblazoned with the agency's logo, leaving agents furious and scared for their lives. Who would make this decision? Like, why would you? Is this a Kristi Noem thing? I can't imagine that she would have done this. Because, yeah, ICE is all about, pulling up in the white van. Nobody knows it's them. You know what I mean? I mean, you see this. If you're illegal, you are going to scurry.
Yeah, it sort of takes away their
anonymity.
Anonymity. That's the word.
You didn't think I'd be able to say it, Joan.
Well, I'm just going on past experience.
I know. It's been a rough week for yours truly. They say the new fleet will be dark blue with ICE plastered in giant yellow letters across the side, along with the phrase "Defend the Homeland" in all caps. A photo obtained by the Post shows. The vehicles are expected to be rolled out in Washington, D.C. imminently. Sources say they will then be gradually deployed across the country. This is crazy.
I think those are going to be more on the presser end of things.
You think so?
Yeah, because as was pointed out on the anonymity factor, you're going to, it's like you said, dead giveaway. People are going to scurry. They're going to run. I think this is more for pressers, formal events and things. And it adds a level of seriousness to, how the community should be responding. I think if we see anyone arrested and put in that particular vehicle, they're going to be a U.S. citizen that was obstructing ICE enforcement.
Do you know what I'd like to see? Do you know how they have shows that are like NYPD Blue and I don't know? I would love to see. Is there a show that documents ICE?
Oh, wouldn't that
like
be
a
awesome?
live PD, but
yeah,
but for ICE?
Well, no. I mean, yeah, that too.
Oh, you mean a drama?
Yeah, like a drama.
I would want to see the ride along,
like cops,
like
but with
cops.
ICE.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Recommendation.
Can I call ICE and see if I could do that?
Recommendation for people this weekend is to watch the Cops from Nashville that aired in the 90s. It's hilarious.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they did a segment here in like 93.
Yeah. They got a lot of, what do you call them? Business in the front, party in the back.
Oh, lots of mullets.
Mullets. Got a lot of mullets.
Boy.
And
lots of white trash.
Oh, that's funny. For your information, I used to have a mullet, and I rocked it.
I bet you did.
I had a mullet way too late. I've made the joke before where I had a mullet, I think in the late 90s. I was still rocking the mullet.
Achy breaky heart style?
I was achy breaky heart style. It was not a good look, as I have people who have seen me with the mullet back in the late 90s.
Yeah, but you were styling.
Yeah, did you at least rock a mustache with it?
Mullets were done. No, I didn't.
Oh.
Mullets were done, like probably by mid to early 90s.
Well,
I probably had the last mullet in the late 90s. Everybody else had figured it out. I still had one.
Out on the West Coast, sure. People were proudly rocking their mullets in Nashville until the early 2000s.
Were they really? Okay.
100%.
As far as ICE goes, obviously they say we're going to need additional vehicles as we build out our workforce. So there'll be some marked vehicles from here in D.C. and around the country. An ICE insider telling the Post, but agents who are dealing with a 1,000% increase in assaults by illegal immigrants and anti-ICE activists, otherwise known as Democrats, say that they are concerned that this will further expose them to dangerous threats. And there it is, the new ICE vehicle. I'm dying to know whose idea this was. This couldn't have been a Donald Trump idea. I don't know if it's Christina. I don't know whose idea it was. See, Sam, if you can find out, maybe somewhere there's an article on this. Oh, this is exclusive from the New York Post. But see if they say somewhere whose idea this was to basically out ICE as they are dealing with a 1,000% increase in threats. It is 7:51. on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is very active this morning. Thank you. 615. Why am I blanking on this all of a sudden?
787-9986.
Thank you very much. I got to write that down. That's the
It's
second
not written
time.
down anywhere?
No. You know what? Can I tell you what it is? I know what it is. I'm not losing it like my hair. What it is I'm doing video today for the first time, really doing the video. And I've got a lot of things going on in my head as I'm trying to do this. And so something as easy to remember as that has escaped my brain because I'm focused on so many other things.
There's only so much room in there, right?
There's only so much room. Although, as I said yesterday, there is also a lot of blank space. 7:52, Joan has the news coming up. Hello, Joan.
Hello. So we'll tell you why the nation's capital now has 2 police chiefs. Also, an eyesore along the Cumberland River is getting a total rehab. That and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mann is here for DT McCall's. Listen, this is a great Tennessee company. They are here for you with great prices, selection, and value. And they've been doing it, by the way, for over 100 years. Now, I've been telling you about these folks for a long time, 3 generations. They've been providing Tennesseans with outstanding selection, value, great prices. If you need indoor furniture, if you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you've got appliances that are old and you need a new one, if it plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money at DT McCall's. All the best furniture, all the best appliances as well. Go to their website, the front page of their website. They've always got specials going on. And again, they've been doing this for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. If you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff as well. DT McCall's. Find them online, dtmccalls.com, to find all of those specials. They've got everyday specials, everyday low prices at DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. And again, always online at that great website, dtmccalls.com. 7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, we have both been well-danned. The number, Joan and Sam, is 615-737-9986. I knew that what Sam said didn't sound right.
And it's funny because people on the super text line knew the number before either of you did.
Well, in fairness to me, I got a lot going on in here today. So that's why I shanked the number twice today. I cannot wait. You know what I've got on for Monday? Just real quick.
Monday.
I've got a former school board member who apparently is going to give us all the dirt.
Oh, yeah.
And Dr. Adrian Battle. I cannot wait for that.
Should I bring a shovel into the studio for this dirt?
I've been connected to someone. I haven't had the conversation yet, but I just got the text message. So I cannot wait. I'm going to see if I can get that person on Monday. And, I'm going to be on a one-man mission to get that woman fired. Because clearly, Dr. Adrian Battle does need to be fired. And if perhaps the state legislature, maybe what they need to do, from what I understand, if they take over the Davidson County, the Metro School District, because of their terrible scores or whatever it may be, constant lawsuits, well, then they can fire her. But as it sounded like with that T.C. Weber that we interviewed yesterday, she is literally unfireable because the board that she is essentially controlling, they're the only ones that can fire her. It is crazy. So how many millions of dollars are we going to waste on all of these senseless lawsuits because Adrian Battle is a horrifying person to work for? So look forward to that coming up, hopefully on Monday. Got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The nation's capital now has two police chiefs. ABC's Danny New with more on that.
A major development overnight concerning the federal takeover of the Washington, D.C. police force. Attorney General Pam Bondi has named an emergency police commissioner. Bondi says she's given the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration all the powers of the police chief, but D.C.'s mayor and D.C.'s attorney general claim Bondi's order is unlawful and beyond federal authority. The mayor is vowing to pursue legal options.
And Bondi has also issued a 2-page order that takes away D.C.'s sanctuary status. Now, those are the rules that limited how police officers could handle interactions with illegal immigrants. There's a lawsuit filed over the ICE operation in Nashville in May when roughly 200 people were arrested. The Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, or Turks as they call themselves, claims that Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security violated their rights. Here's News 2's Haley Wilgus.
Turk says that they have asked the State Highway Patrol for documents and body camera video from the operation. The lawsuit claims THP has either denied the documents exist, redacted unnecessary information, or simply denied the request.
The state has not responded to that lawsuit. Not an ICE raid, but a fugitive search in Memphis. It went on for 2 weeks, and in the end, WREG TV says 141 people wanted for crimes were captured.
Marshals arrested more than 46 fugitives for homicides, sex crimes, and robberies, plus another 67 for aggravated assault. Dozens of those fugitives were either known or suspected gang members.
In at least one arrest, residents believing it was an ICE raid gathered outside the home to protest and tried forcing themselves into the home. Nobody was arrested. In Nashville, a locally based investment firm has purchased the scrapyard next to Titan Stadium for $245 million. They want to turn it into what they call a vibrant and attractive downtown neighborhood. Metro Council member Jacob Cupin talking to Channel 4.
This site will, to my understanding, need to be rezoned. And the way I handle rezonings across my district is bringing the community in, understanding what folks in the area feel is important, what they're looking for. And I find that that approach makes projects even better.
Right now, there's no timeline for when that project will be completed. And the mother and father of a 6-year-old boy who died last week in South Nashville were back in court yesterday. Karen Argueta Saldago and Freddie Martinez are facing a host of charges. Here's Channel 4's Tracy Cornett.
Both say they were outside when their 6-year-old son accidentally shot himself.
Police found a stolen gun and meth inside their car. Martinez had multiple warrants for burglary, domestic violence. Aguda had charges for possession of a controlled substance.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Good solid retail sales data out this morning, and the Dow futures are now up 253. NASDAQ futures, however, losing 29, and the S&P futures are plus 7. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Central Pike and Mount Juliet, there's a crash west of John Wright Road, a crash in Madison, too, on Gallatin Pike at East Palestine Avenue, and Cool Springs, 65 southbound before Moores Lane exit 69. Still there, that dump truck with its brakes on fire, and the right shoulder is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. So President Trump was answering questions. He has now departed for Alaska, and he's got Scott Bessent with him. He's got Marco Rubio, and he's got J.D. Vance. So he's got, as I said with Stephen Bucci, he's got the A-team as he makes his way out to Alaska. Vladimir Putin, of course, is on his way with whoever his team is as well. And the president had a few things to say. This is audio only, and CNN has posted the audio. He was doing some interviews, and this is what he said about the upcoming negotiations with Vladimir Putin.
We get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, something's going to come of it. I noticed He's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about business?
When you talk business, we have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, dead like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
All right, so that is President Trump. He's also been quoted as saying that he is not negotiating for Ukraine and that all options are on the table. Now, we were speaking to Stephen Bucci earlier from the Heritage Foundation, a great analysis of the upcoming summit with President Trump and Vladimir Putin. The fact that you have Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, going tells you that the president, and when he says all options are on the table, I mean, clearly we're talking about some big-time sanctions, some leveling of some big-time sanctions. And so the president on his way to Alaska, and we will keep you updated with all the latest here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know. I think this is new information on the Cincinnati beatdown. 5 of the 7 individuals charged in the viral Cincinnati beatdown appeared in court yesterday. I'm not sure if probably Matt had this, but appeared in court Thursday morning to be arraigned on additional charges in a tense back and forth over the case. 2 women. There's 2 women in the involved in this. Both had their bonds lowered to $25,000. I want to know why that is.
Why? Yeah.
Well, I don't know why. Because you saw the video just like I did, Joan.
Yeah.
One of those women kicked the dude in the head.
Yeah.
With her high heels, probably. I guess one of them didn't have any record or whatever. And so that's why they lowered their bonds to $25,000. I think one of them had a bond of like $500,000 or something. They lowered it down to $25,000. I think that's BS. The prosecutor in this case revealed that there are 2 additional videos from nearby city cameras that show new angles of the fight that have not yet been made public. He also said that the alleged racial slurs made toward the perpetrators were said nearly 2 minutes after the attack began.
Boom. Because I saw a bunch of city leaders and even clergy saying that the people who were beaten need to be charged.
Yeah, they deserve the beatdown, and they needed to be charged as well. And it's like, well, first of all, some of these, respectfully, some of these clergy in some of these cities, they're nothing more than activists. Going to be honest, they're nothing more than activists. So that's number one. And so I don't really take them too seriously, be honest with you. I mean, maybe that's, whatever. But clearly, if you've got clergy out there that are saying, oh, yeah, the white people need to be charged too. Really? Did you see the video? And just because you're, a clergy doesn't mean that you're wrong. Because you are, in my opinion, on the wrong side of the Bible on that one, sir. Let's see here. One of the defense attorneys said the attack was inflamed by race and politics. The prosecutor said that was actually offensive. The main instigator in the case, a guy named Jermaine Matthews, astonishingly, is still allowed to go to work. His attorney says that Matthews was provoked by a white man. It is so repulsive and insulting, these things, isn't it? He was provoked by a white man. Now, again, remember, 2 things. Number 1 is that nothing, and I mean nothing, even if the white guy did at some point say the N-word, nothing justifies what happened to these 2. Nothing justifies it. Now, there's some people that would disagree with me, whatever. But if the slur came 2 minutes after the whole thing started, then that means that it was not provoked by the slur if it started 2 minutes after, if the slur was said 2 minutes after the whole thing started. But this dude, Jermaine Matthews, so I wonder where he works. Do we know where Jermaine Matthews works out there in Cincinnati? Because I would be very curious if he works at a place where customers go, and would there be some sort of a boycott because they allow this dirtbag to work at their establishment? I'll tell you what, if I lived in Cincinnati and this dude worked at wherever it might be, I would never go to that place ever again, ever. Because what if this dude goes off again? You know what I mean? Then who will be held responsible? I mean, he doesn't deserve to be anywhere but jail, to be honest with you. And again, the racial slur part of all of this, if they try and say that these criminals were provoked by this dude using the word, there still is no excuse for what happened to these two. Absolutely none. So anyway, that is the latest on the Cincinnati beatdown, and we'll continue to follow this story for you as well. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. (8:15) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And as far as your weather for today, sun and clouds with stray thunderstorms as well. High of 93, going to feel like 107 today. And this weekend, it's going to be even worse. This weekend, we are talking about a really, really rough heat wave hitting a high of 98 on Sunday. And that's going to be a feels-like temperature, I'm assuming, up towards 110. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to play this audio from Kash Patel. Now, this is really interesting. Of course, you know who he is. He is the director of the FBI. And if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you'll be able to see this as well. He was on with Sean Hannity, and he's talking about what we've all been talking about, which is the myriad of stories from 2016, 2017, where we know Obama, Hillary, Clapper, Comey, Brennan as well, they all did everything they possibly could to politically assassinate Donald Trump and essentially torpedo your vote if you voted for Donald Trump in 2016. We all know the story. We all know what they did. All those names. Concocting the dirty dossier out of nothing, feeding it to the media, setting up this narrative, ultimately setting up the Mueller investigation, which handicapped Donald Trump. Then, of course, we had the story where Adam Schiff leaking that classified information as well, and he very well could be, I hope, fingers crossed, going to jail. Kash Patel was on Sean Hannity's show last night.
Here's the beauty of it, Sean. You don't have to trust me or trust you. That's all. Everything you recited, the summary you just gave, is years of excavating documents that these deep state actors held and buried and documented their own corruption because they were arrogant enough to think no one would ever find it, that Donald Trump would never become president and appoint a cabinet that would go in and investigate this matter thoroughly.
Absolutely. It's got to be investigated thoroughly. And you know that they didn't expect Donald Trump to win. And I think that now we know when they pulled Joe Biden off of the campaign trail and then Kamala Harris comes in. There's a number of reasons for that. Number one, they realized that Joe Biden was not going to win, but I think they're crapping Twinkies. At that point, when Kamala Harris comes in, the reason why they're so nervous is because Trump is going to come in and he's going to really go rifling through all of those old files, going to look for all of those old emails and whatever that would prove that what we've all suspected was true was actually true. The receipts. Kash Patel has those receipts.
And when you start connecting the dots, here's what I learned when I ran the Russiagate investigation. As bad as the crime is, the corruption cover-up from senior government officials who are sworn to uphold their duties and accountability for the American public, they are the ones that violated that trust the most internally and need to be held accountable.
I mean, here's the question, though. Do you really think that anybody's going to be held accountable? And is it enough for you that all of this is at the very least exposed? Because, I was talking to somebody the other day, and it was like, yes, we're glad that all of this is going to be exposed, but given the fact that we have now the receipts, if nobody is held accountable and we have the receipts, or when we have the receipts, that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow, is it not? So a couple of things need to happen. Number one is we need to get the House in the midterm elections. We need to keep the majority in the House of Representatives. That's number one. Number two, we need the Republicans to win the White House in 2028, whether it's J.D. Vance, whether it's Marco Rubio, whoever it might be, so that we can still have control of the Department of Justice and the FBI, so that we can continue down the road of trying to hold those people that did Donald Trump wrong and the American people wrong. After that election in 2016, they do need to be held accountable because, remember, no one is above the law.
Documents are being released weekly by Johnny Ratcliffe and Tulsi, making it public. The burn bag information is coming out. The Durham Annex is coming out. The classified appendix is coming out. The American people are going to see and hear the names themselves, and they can touch and feel it. As far as what my investigators are going to do, these guys are the best in the business, and we've assembled a team of accountability, and we're going to deliver for the American people like never before, because that's what the American people elected Donald Trump to do.
I really think that Kash Patel is doing a really good job. There are people who, whether it was Pete Hegseth or Kash Patel or Tulsi Gabbard, wasn't it, Joan and Sam, those three that had the toughest time getting through the Senate confirmation process?
Did you mention Hegseth in that?
I did.
Yeah.
I definitely think Hegseth had it the hardest.
And they're still going after him. And they're still going after Tulsi.
You know what? Who gives a crap? Does anybody care that the Democrats are still going after these three? I could give
You know what
craps.
I like about that Kash Patel? He just called John Ratcliffe Johnny Ratcliffe.
He did.
Yeah.
Did you pick up on that?
That's kind of funny, yeah.
Well, I think this is a very I think this is a very tight-knit crew.
Yeah, it's kind of a level of familiarity that we're not used to in government.
It is. And do you know why that is? Is because when you're a group of people and you've got a bunch of arrows coming at you all the time, then it draws you closer together.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of what's been going on is there is this level of obviously Trump derangement syndrome that is going on, media, Democrats, and all of this. And the other thing is, I think that the Trump administration knows that by and large they're winning because they are. I mean, we could talk about the economy and the numbers that came out late this week, but I'm just going to tell you, I'm not worried about the numbers that came out. Was it yesterday, Joan? The numbers came out?
Oh, yeah.
And people are freaking out about this. I've been saying forever, this is a long-term play. Nobody has ever done this before. So, and Trump and Besant both said that we're going to have short-term pain and long-term gain. That's what they said.
So just this morning, just actually about an hour ago, retail sales data came out. Americans are still spending like crazy.
Right.
So they don't really care about what the media says about what could happen because that's what the media is doing right now. This is prices could be raised for buying a car. Prices may go up at the grocery store. It hasn't come to fruition, and Americans are still spending like crazy.
No, I think Americans, I think we're chill. I think we know that there's, this is a journey that we're all on. And so we need to do whatever we can to, continue to not allow our lives or our psyche to be taken over by, the constant doom peddling media or the Democrats. And I think that is part of what's going on. All right, it is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan is in the WTN newsroom, and she's got the latest at 8:30.
Yeah, so we have some breaking news this morning. It's out of Washington, D.C., where a fight over control of the city's police department has just been thrown down. Also, news about In-N-Out Burgers coming to the Nashville area. That and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, 8:23, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, if you're a business owner and your concrete floors look terrible, Specialty Coatings can help you. Now, they specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. They've been doing this for 30 years. Now, you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done work in all the major sports stadiums, the arenas, the convention centers as well. What you need to do is go to their website, and I want you to look at some of the floors that they have done, some of the concrete floor coatings, some of the polished concrete that they've done. Look at their website, look at the examples of what they've done, and then look at your business and your floors. I bet you your business would do a lot better if you looked better. Specialty Coatings, they can help you. You know, they've done over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and a whole lot more. So check them out. That website, one more time, specialtycoat.com. No matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. Each project is customized to your building and your business and your needs. You can also just send them an email, inquire, sales@specialtycoat.com. That is sales@specialtycoat.com. That phone number, 615-591-9491. 828, Nashville's Morning News. United Structural Systems. Listen, I've been telling you about these folks for years. USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS. I'm just one of 30,000 satisfied customers. And listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says at USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. He does give USS 5 stars all the way, and I do too. United Structural Systems, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done, and you are another satisfied customer. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. .30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, Chris Hand is in here. He's telling me about there's only one real word that comes to mind when I hear about Chris Hand's radio broadcast today.
Based?
Epic.
Oh.
Epic?
I like that too.
Epic. It's going to be epic. Chris
That's
is just
big
telling me about it.
expectations.
I'll take that.
So, yeah, when I, do my typical Friday thing that I do and I have my commie coffee at Starbucks,
Yeah.
I'll be watching you on YouTube.
Perfect.
All right. So, boy, don't talk about what it is, what's going to be on your epic show now. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead during the crisscross handoff on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And just into the newsroom, the Attorney General for the District of Columbia has filed a lawsuit in federal court challenging the Trump administration's takeover of the D.C. police. Brian Schwab is his name. He says the administration is abusing its limited temporary authority under the Home Rule Act. Yesterday, Attorney General Pam Bondi named DEA Administrator Terry Cole as Emergency Police Commissioner for the Metro Police Department, superseding Police Chief Pamela Smith. Metro Nashville police are reporting that a man known to them as a high-level drug dealer was arrested in possession of a bag full of fentanyl. News 2's Andy Corden tells us where Jordan Sandifer was arrested, and it's raising alarms.
On the day of the raids, Sandifer is at a Nashville hospital for the birth of his child. Investigators tell me when he was arrested in the maternity ward, the 28-year-old had this large bag of fentanyl in his pocket.
Officers also searched 5 Nashville homes connected to Sandifer. They seized 200 grams of fentanyl, 51 pounds of marijuana, 5 weapons, 3 of which were stolen, and $8,500 in cash. Some In-N-Out Burger news. The burger chain's plan to start hiring for its Lebanon location in September. Now, they say they need 40 employees. You can apply at inandout.com/employment. Interviews start in October. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Retail sales rose 0.5% last month, pointing to a healthy picture for the U.S. consumer. Also, a reading on manufacturing in New York was sharply higher than expected, and all of that is leading to the Dow Jones Industrials right now trading 212 points higher. On the NASDAQ, we're down 18, and the S&P 500 index opening 3 points higher. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Dan here for Clayton Homes. Now, listen, they are in the middle of a huge home sales event that is going on right now. You can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes Sign and Save sales event. You can also save up to $2,500 on a single section home or $5,000 on that multi-section home. Right now, Clayton Homes, they are changing the way homes are built. These are affordable homes. They cost less to live in. You know how hot it's going to be this weekend? They've got energy smart features for year-round comfort and a lifetime of savings. Just one of many reasons why you should check out Clayton Homes. They feature luxury, quality, and the style you deserve. And don't forget that great deal going on right now. Save $5,000 on your next home purchase with Clayton Homes and their Sign and Save sales event. You can save $2,500 on a single section or $5,000 on a multi-section home. Visit the local Clayton Homes near you or browse their limited time deals at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. That is manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Terms and conditions for the Sign and Save sales event. Right now, you can find them at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes family of brands retailers through August 31st. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing. Lender restrictions apply. Dan Medis here, Mark Spain, Real Estate. Listen, if you find like your dream home, but you've got to get out of your current home first, call my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. They can help you. Avoid the stress of listing your home on the market. Sell your home fast for an all-cash offer with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends both have consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as the top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. They've got over 72,000 satisfied clients, and yes, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 5-star reviews. Check them out online, markspain.com. Find out what your guaranteed all-cash offer would be. And there is no obligation. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Still working a problem on 24 eastbound in Joelton, right past Whites Creek Pike. You've got an accident that takes out the left lane. A crash in Madison on Gallatin Pike, southbound at East Palestine Avenue, Hermitage, Dodson Chapel Road at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's the scene of an accident as well. And just want to make sure that you're aware in Lebanon on I-40, you've got lanes down to 60 miles an hour. They reduced the speed there during the Wilson County State Fair. So 60 miles an hour eastbound between 235 and 239 and westbound between mile marker 244 and 239. That's traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Wow, look at this. Rock and roll bumper music. So,
Love
you know,
this
I gave Sam a few liberties.
Yes.
One of them is this is his one opportunity to play the music that he wants. And this is what he chose. What is this?
This is Cake.
Yes, Joan.
Yeah.
Going the distance, right?
Yeah.
He's going for speed.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for that Cake
Oh, come
bumper
on.
music.
You know they're hopeless liberals, right?
Sam, what is wrong with you?
I know.
Bet they are.
I
But
know.
Come on, man. We need to embrace cancel culture on this show.
What we need to do.
You can love the art and hate the artist.
More Ted Nugent.
That's exactly right. Nothing but
Listen,
Ted Nugent's bumper music.
We just want them to shut up and play the hits.
Ted
That's all.
Nugent and
Just
Kid
shut up.
Rock. That's all we need.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Play what you want. I don't care.
But make sure it's based.
Make sure it's based. I had to explain to Sam what based is.
What?
I did explain that conversation. I said to Sam
that Chris had to explain to you.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. Because Chris said that I was based, and I had to ask what that was, and he said based in facts and truth.
Yep.
Right?
And it's a term on the FBI watch list that makes you an alt-writer, so it's more fun to use.
Oh, very good. I didn't. That part I didn't know.
Back during the Biden era, that was if you used that, you were one of them Nazis.
All right, very good. So that's fun.
I
Now-
said based in values, which would be truth and facts. My values are truth and facts. So.
Oh, okay. So whatever. Anyway, who cares? I've forgotten the phone number like 5 times today.
Yeah, you guys were getting that wrong.
We completely butchered it. So the weird. So can we just look at my week?
Yes.
Because it has been a rough week. It has been an incredibly rough week for yours truly. I feel like, despite the fact that I shanked the phone number, I've actually done okay today. So, but I thought that maybe we might want to review some of the greatest misses of my shanks.
I love how you've had a hard week and you're debating adding another show tonight.
I am
know, right?
on the network.
What a beast.
Can you imagine that?
It's like I tell my kids, we're doing Little League. I said, if something bad happens, you got to shake it off immediately. And I always say, just look at how Dan recovers in his broadcast. That's what I need
Wow.
for you guys in baseball.
A life lesson courtesy of my shanks.
Yes, you got to do it.
Absolutely love it. Well, the other thing you have to do is you have to embrace the train wreck. You've got to have a sense of humor about yourself. And I'm going to tell you about a really funny conversation that I had with Amy yesterday.
Okay.
But first, let's review. So Sam has pulled all of my shanks. Well, not all of them because that'd take too long. But a couple of the highlights of my Shanktified week. So what are we playing first?
Is this the Shank of Fame?
This is Shank of Fame.
Let's just have Dan react to it.
Okay, go ahead. Where are they? They're at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood. They're just off Franklin Road, Franklin Road, Brentwood Jewelry. Yeah, that was good. Church Street East. You can find them online. Where are they? They're at 7012 Church Street East, Franklin Road, located in the heart of Brentwood. They're just off Franklin Road. We can stop that. We can stop that one. Now, my friends at Brentwood Jewelry, just so everyone knows, I gave them a make good yesterday, and it was a hell of a read.
Oh, I'm sure.
It was
the
outstanding.
best. Here's the thing. You draw more attention to the reads when you mess up.
Yeah.
I know I do.
Like, I don't even think that you owed them a make good. I think they owed you after that.
It's extra airtime.
Yeah.
Well, that's sure. Yeah, that's right. But
And then
anyway,
what's that word you struggle with?
D.C. mayor dramatically changes tune on National Guard takeover as she calls for residents to fight back against the authoritarian push of Donald Trump. All right, so authoritarian. And I
Correct.
checked it the second
Now spell
time.
it.
Oh, I know. And then we
What's a worse, Shank? You saying authoritarian or the protesters saying we have to fight fascism?
I think mine, because I'm a professional, supposedly.
Well, they're getting paid too.
That's a great point, Chris. That is a great point. And so Amy says to me yesterday, and I think we got one more. Amy says to me yesterday, she says, Dan, we all have bad days.
Oh.
And I said, yeah, honey, but you know what?
It's not how you want to start.
Yeah, it's like when I shank something, man, it is in front of like thousands of people. And so it is rather horrifying to me, and it stays with me all day. And then the next day, I say, I'm going to knock it out of the park today. And then, of course, I do knock it out of the park. I knock the shanks out of the park because here's another one that I had. Which one is this? I don't even remember what happened.
We should start doing this every Friday, by the way.
Every Friday?
Every Friday.
It's the whistle.
It's so weird. Power at your home is power at your home. Do you know that Amy and I, we actually tried to
recreate
the whistle. We can't do it because I said yesterday, I don't know how to whistle. I've tried to whistle and I can't.
I'm not going to lie to you. Last night, before I go to bed, right, I'm laying down. All I can think about is your whistle. And I'm laying there, and it's because Virginia, for some reason, she's asleep, and she's got this whistle going like crazy, in and out.
Like a snore whistle?
Every time she breathes.
Yeah.
It's like this little high-pitched whistle. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like I'm with Mantis right now with this whistle. I'm like pushing her a little bit. It won't stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kind of like you see in big difference, by the way, between me and your wife.
Fair.
You might not want to tell her that on a Friday.
A much more advantageous situation I was in last night. Trust me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Power at your home. So weird.
So weird.
And again, Amy and I tried to recreate that yesterday when I was at home. Couldn't do it. So whatever. It's all good. So that's been my week.
So once in a whistle.
Okay, that's enough. But you know what you have to do, though? And this is a lesson to all you folks out there that tend to shank things. Embrace your uniqueness.
Oh, yeah.
Embrace it.
Own it.
Own it. Because you know what? Not everybody can whistle in the middle of a word inadvertently.
All right. I know what we call the segment.
What's that?
We call it the Shank Bank.
The Shank Bank.
Shank Bank. I like it.
Make a deposit
Chris,
to the Shank Bank.
However, did you come up with that term?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
How did you come up with that term?
It's alliteration. It rhymed.
Oh, okay. Very good.
You didn't take it from another meaning in culture?
No. Of course not.
Would you stop it?
He's terrible.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Yes. And
stop it.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Which one came first?
Sam, enough. Enough, all right? Don't go listen to liberal music or something.
There's children listening.
You right to jail.
Get it together. Speaking of the kids, did you see what's happening with Roblox?
They're getting sued?
Yeah, I sent you this DM. You got to open up your DMs because there's a kid this kid goes by the handle Real Schlep on X, okay?
Real Schlep.
And this kid can't be more than 12 or 13. And he is blowing the whistle a la Dan Mandis on what's happening on the Roblox platform. And he's saying that this is basically the worst platform for online child predators. And
oh my gosh.
A lot of kids use Roblox. So we're gonna have a long discussion about this today on my show with Parents Who Fight.
All right, we got this video. Got the video ready?
But Real Schlep is exposing what's going on this platform. He's exposing predators, and wait until you hear what Roblox did to him for exposing predators.
Just gotten a legal complaint from Roblox. I'm not even joking. They have sent a cease and desist letter to me, and they've gone ahead and banned every account I own. And you might be wondering, what heinous crime did you commit to possibly deserve that? Well, what I did was get predators arrested on their platform. Actually, 6 of them. I got 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Some of them, the crimes are so heinous, I can't even say here on TikTok or wherever this is going. And the thing that's crazy about it is that Roblox has taken a more firm action against me, a person getting these people arrested, a person that law enforcement has made public statements saying that they are glad when people like me go ahead and give them information so that they can arrest these people. Roblox has sent me the cease and desist letter, not these predators.
Oh my gosh.
That is absolutely insane.
How old is this guy?
He's a young kid. I think he's like 13 or 12.
He looks like 13 or 14 years old.
So here's the backstory on this kid. He was groomed by a Roblox developer. So it completely red-pilled this kid, and now he's determined and on a mission to expose child predators. So he's doing it on this platform, but he continues. And when you start hearing about, so a lot of people think Roblox, and they think that that's the game. That's the doorway. Once you get on the platform of Roblox, then there's an infinite amount of games. Now, you could find games where you're a Nazi hunting down Jews. You can find a game where you're a Hamas terrorist, breaking into Israel. Whatever. Like there's going to be awful games, but there are kids on these platforms, and some of the games are very sexualized.
And the other thing that's crazy about this is Roblox itself. It is a predator haven. There are games on Roblox like XYZ Public Bathroom Simulator. That's about 7 million visits, and the whole premise of the game is showering together with kids. That is the whole game. If you join it, you're going to see predators, you're going to see naked avatars, you're going to see people peeing and all this sort of weird stuff. If I was a parent and I saw that, I would be outraged. I would be totally outraged. And parents aren't aware of this, and it's so sad. I get emails from kids daily about all the horrible stuff that they're exposed to. I get emails from parents talking about what their kids were exposed to. And there are so many predators on this platform. It is actually unreal. So it's quite crazy to see Roblox go after me, a person trying to get predators arrested off of their platform, than the predators. Why? I don't get it. I don't understand.
I think it's a money thing, and they want those people visiting.
So he's 22.
He's 22.
He's 22?
He looks a lot younger than 22.
He needs good legal representation.
He deserves a Medal of Freedom for what he's doing out there.
100%. So there's been some developments. The Attorney General of Louisiana is suing the Roblox platform. But we're going to have a longer conversation today about this with Sarah Segan from Parents Who Fight, because I do believe that there's a lot of people in this audience who are just unaware of what's happening on these platforms. And then you have a lot of grandparents raising grandkids, you know, in this generation through no fault of their own. But me and my wife were talking last night. It's really weird to say, you know, the world that me and my wife grew up in is no longer here. The world that our parents grew up in is no longer here.
The world that I grew up in is completely non-existent.
But we don't, you know, our parents couldn't have said that about their parents. So with everything moving so fast, if you're a grandparent out there raising a grandkid, you think that Roblox is the game. You have no idea the Pandora's box that it is. So we're going to have a longer conversation about this at 10:35 today.
Roblox, has anybody spoken to Roblox? Have they commented on any of this?
So the only thing I saw is that they banned this kid because of releasing publicly identifiable information to police on these predators.
They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
They should be ashamed of themselves.
That is horrifying.
Yep.
Can we get Chris Hansen coming into Roblox's office?
Why don't you take a seat? Honestly.
Who's Chris Hansen?
MSNBC, To Catch a Predator.
Oh, got it. Okay, very good.
Yeah, but we're gonna dive into this story because it's a big one. It's a big one.
How can people support this kid? Is there any, I don't know how to, people are asking on the super text line, how can we support this kid?
So give him a follow on X. It's at Real Schlepp, SCHLEP, Real Schlepp. And he's got 6 predators arrested from the Roblox platform. I think one of the biggest things that you can do right now is amplify the story. That might not seem like much.
That's huge, actually.
But get the word out to parents. If you're an aunt or an uncle, talk to the parents of the niece and nephew and make people know what's going on.
If I end up doing that national show tonight for Russia and Ukraine, I'll do this too.
You should,
on the national level.
Vigilant Fox on X is a great Twitter
Another great
account,
follow.
and they have a whole breakdown of this entire story along with all the video. And I've tweeted it out on my account at Chris Hand on Air in case you want to find it. It's a bit easier.
Do we know? So what did he do? Did he act like Chris Hansen, where he sort of fleshed these guys out?
So he said that the tactics he used mirrored sting operations like the FBI or local police would do. So he disguised his age and whatever and pretended to be a younger person and attracted these predators in, got chat logs, provided those to police.
And they got arrested.
6 of them.
Love it.
And there are guys that do this online, unsung heroes. If you're a guy that's out there and you're going to go on any of these online platforms and you're going to do these sting operations, you are subjecting yourself to some vile stuff. And we already know the FBI agents that deal with this, post-traumatic stress disorder, therapy. I mean, these guys see the darkest images that you could ever imagine. Hero. He's an absolute hero, this kid.
Especially considering he's a former victim of it. The other thing is, and to Chris's point, the people that do that take a big risk, but then there are a small percentage of them, they're doing it just to get the shares and the likes on trapping these guys. Not saying that those guys don't need to be taken off the streets, but what he's doing behind the screen, especially on something that's supposed to be a kid's platform, it's even been incorporated into a TV show where they added something like this where someone in a show was trying to trick the kids of somebody through Roblox.
Okay. All right. This is a very compelling story. So what else do you have, by the way? You have a lot.
So, all right, at 9:35, we have the chairman of the Sumner County Library Board. They're going to talk about why, again, Sumner County is refusing to remove transgender-themed books from their libraries. We'll have Monica Page, our White House reporter, joining us at 10:05, and then at 10:35, we're going to dive into the Roblox controversy with parents who fight, plus a general overview on how to keep your kids safe online as we get into this new school year.
Joan, what's coming up at 9?
It appears that Russia's Vladimir Putin wants to talk business with President Trump, and a judge refusing to request a request from the guy accused of killing 4 people in West Tennessee. Those stories coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Med is here for Stoltz Co., a great Tennessee company that does continue to grow. They do continue to expand as well. You know, they build pole barns, and these pole barns, they can serve as anything you want. They can be a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. Yes, you can live in these pole barns. And these days, those barn dominiums, they are new and they are improved. Stoltz Co. is now offering you turnkey options. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and those amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home thanks to Stoltz Co. And by the way, these days they do also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Now, again, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., it can be used for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com.
I am just
8:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, it is going to be really, really hot today and
Yes, sir.
tomorrow and Sunday. So real quick, around the room, what are you doing this weekend?
Golfing.
Okay, very
Even
good.
in the heat.
Sam, what are you doing?
Being lazy.
What are you doing?
I'm going to be throwing power slams, power bombs, choke slams, all to the kids in the pool.
Okay, very
Nice.
good.
Yep.
Very
yep.
good. So is there any such thing as too hot to swim to you?
No.
It's to me, I'll be the old guy in the room. Sometimes it is too hot to even swim.
You're going to be on the
Dan.
sofa in the air conditioning.
I'm going to be on my Dan recliner, a remote control in hand, not going outside.
That is until you have to do the show tonight.
Yes.
Right.
Keep an eye on my socials. I might be live on the network midnight to 5 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.